At the Big A here on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Two-day Pick 6 carryover of $124,000. That begins in race 3 on this Thursday card. We're fast and firm and just 10 minutes away from kicking things off. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling included in that Pick 6 carryover. The return of a New York bred stakes winner for Linda Rice, who was a runner-up in the Jerome and Withers. Been a long time away for El Grande O.
Yeah, nice to see him get back, and you'd have to think the connections are looking at this as a potential prep if he runs well enough to run him the Cigar Mile. They have not been afraid to take on the best horses that were racing in the biggest races, and you've got the prep races this weekend for the Cigar Mile. Well, this horse is clearly using this race if he runs particularly well, and you could say the same thing for a couple other players in there as a potential Cigar Mile prep.
Well, let's take a look at that field. It's race 7, 6.5 furlongs, entry-level allowance race. El Grande O off since March 2nd of 2024. That wet track grade 3 Gotham when he was third to Deterministic, when we thought Deterministic was going to be a future major player in the Derby. That seems so long ago.
It's amazing, right? It really does. It seems not that long ago and a long, long time ago. To be honest with you, El Grande O, one thing about him, he danced every dance. He even ran the Champagne before he ran that huge race in the Sleepy Hollow, which will be run this weekend as part of Empire Showcase Day. He danced all the dances. He ran a lot. It's hard to believe that this guy has been out now for closing in on 8 months, Greg. You realize it was almost 8 months ago they ran the Gotham?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Long time and a short time, depending on how you look at it, right?
Obviously, a lot of talent. Looks like we see a lot of bullet works coming back. He's the class of the field.
If he has improved at all, he's going to be a handful. But it's no pushover because he's got horses inside and outside of him that have run some fast races and done it repeatedly.
Yeah, one of those is Classify, who certainly has the recency edge. 4-year-old who has come off back-to-back performances where he has just missed getting through this condition.
Yeah, that's the concern for me, is he's piling up the second-place finishes. But he's also piling up fast speed figures in his races. We don't know where Reddington at a huge price came up with this race, but come up with it he did. And this was still a very good effort by Classify, but once again in defeat. And he does seem to be a horse that's having trouble finding the winner's circle, but he's also been finding some solid company and running fast races.
Yeah, he's pretty talented, even though those 7 runner-up finishes, including 4 in a row, 5 in a row for Classify, but the 2 very narrow defeats last time out. 6.5, though, might be the perfect distance for him.
Yeah, it should fit him very well. It's a good matchup, and it's great to see El Grande O back. And believe it or not, El Grande O is running first time on Lasix. Couldn't run with his 2-year-old, and then all he did was basically run in stake races, so he hasn't had an opportunity to use Lasix. He gets it off the layoff today.
That's race 7 today, 3:49 Eastern time, part of this Pick 6 carryover, 2-day Pick 6 carryover that is going to be well worth playing, we promise. You can play it with Naira Bets. Get signed up started. Go to nairabets.com. Get a $25 free play. You can use that in the Breeders' Cup. Punch in that code CUP25 to take advantage, and that $200 deposit sign-up bonus as well. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including today's Pick 6 carry begins in the 3rd. Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. The entire card will bring you. We are fast and firm, just 7 minutes away from the opener. And we have an early Pick 5, of course, to kick things off. It's a $20,000 maiden claiming sprint, 6.5 furlongs. And we have a 6-5 favorite, Millie Jean, who we've not seen since November of last year. When we did see her last, she ran 3rd against a much better field, maiden special weight.
She runs her last race. She's a very likely winner of this race, but you've got a significant drop down for a horse coming off now near a year layoff, and this was a race being brought back from the day we canceled 13 days ago.
That's the fact. Jack does have one dirt race against a little better that puts her in contention.
Only in a race like this could That's the Fact, Jack, and Wild Iris both be 7-2. Not sure whether the same price as the 4, who I think is a much more likely winner.
Yeah, Wild Iris, first time dirt, start number 3.
The total wild card in this race, a new surface.
Azteca Stardust for Wayne Potts.
It can't be good for your ego to be 16-1 in this field.
Bewildered, well said, Bruce Levine.
I picked Bewildered, who I think could be the speed, and I thought the race 2 back is good enough to win here.
La Indecente for Jose Jimenez, the biggest price on the board.
Just never run a race on dirt fast enough to compete.
And the one to beat, the filly that beat her back in November, came back and improved 10 buyer points with an 85 buyer to start 2 for 2.
And is she faster than the horse Bewildered inside of her? Will she be comfortable stalking? And I think the biggest question is will she show up? If she does, they could be in trouble.
Well, this one probably for many is the ulterior choice if you're going to go against a 4-5 favorite in here. Bewildered, first time dropping in for a tag for Bruce Levine.
Yeah, this was my exact reason, just looking for an alternative rather than taking a very short price on a horse off a long layoff, taking a big drop down. This horse has run, I think, a little bit better than it looks. Got caught up in a speed duel, a 5-way duel last time that fell apart. Didn't run that badly. I think one of the other speeds came back and improved 52 buyer points. And the race before, running long at a mile against horses like Headline Hunter, and then a big speed track 2 back. This horse has some excuses and has run okay.
4 minutes from the opener. You can follow along in the program, get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys by downloading free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to download yours. 4-5 favorite, Maggie. Long time away for Millie Jean. That's probably the biggest question to start with. How does she look on the return?
I do really like what I'm seeing from Millie Jean, and it's always comforting when they look like the overwhelming favorite on paper and they back it up physically. She does look very well-muscled, really strong and fit. Didn't see anything to deter me out here on the racetrack. A few notes though, the wind here is quite significant today at the Big A. So they're running into a headwind on the backside and it's a tailwind as they come down the stretch. Also good to see Romero Mirage back in the saddle after that scary gate incident. He did take off last Sunday, but back riding today. He's on number 1. That's a fact, Jack, as we'll go to her outside with number 2, Wild Iris. Yes, she's drifting up in price now, and rightfully so. I'm not totally against her getting onto this surface. If you go back a generation, the dams actually have to Cantheros as well as Ikigai. Not the more recent Ikigai, but a graded stakes winner sprinting on the dirt. I don't know. First of all, this is my first time seeing her, and she's now second off that extended layoff of 13 months. She still doesn't look that fit to me. She's still kind of dropped across the top line with a bit more of a belly. And while I ultimately respect the job that Dave Duggan and his team do, I just feel like this is a little bit of a give up, and I'm not exactly sure you want to take her at a somewhat short price. For me, I'd much prefer to take Bewildered at a similar type of offering. As a long shot in here is number 3, Azteca Stardust. I know she's had her chances, but now she's turning back in distance. And she got checked going into the first turn. Then she switched outside around that turn and went up to challenge the leaders 3 wide. So pressed to go relatively fast for the level, let's put it that way. The winner did come from last. She just really caught my eye, and the way that Wayne Potts' horses are running, I don't like her as a win candidate, Greg, but I do think she might be able to outrun her odds. It's kind of built in with the stamina, with the turn back in distance, and physically, she does look more like a sprinter.
3-5 favorite. Thank you, Maggie, on the long time away, Millie Jean. Lowest level, first time in for a tag she has been in now with George Weaver, or I should say back with George Weaver. Manny Franco gets the call. 2-5.
This is nuts. I'm sorry, but taking a horse off a year layoff that's dropping like this at 2-5, how is that a good gamble? You're basically saying the horse needs to win 70% of the time for me to break even. And horses like this don't win 70% of the time. The other thing is, this horse, okay, she is faster than these horses if she runs a race. But I don't think she has such a gigantic edge over Bewildered. If Bewildered can run the race she ran 2 back, trying to go a mile against better.
And you brought up a good point to me when we were talking about this earlier. Yes, she has the best race by a mile. But obviously, connections believe she's not capable of running that type of race again to put her in this spot coming back.
It's 20,000 they're putting her in. They're trying to win a race, and they're trying to probably lose her, which they may or may not do. She's a 4-year-old late in the year. I'll tell you something else about her. Now, the funny thing was, you could argue her last race is the best race she ever ran. It's the only time in her career that she was entered on dirt. As she goes down now to 1-4, so now you can get 250 on her. So if you're right 75% of the time, you'll break even. I'm old school, you know. When I was a kid, and maybe one thing that's probably changed a lot of the game is very likely winners are shorter prices than they used to be. But you didn't see horses going off at 2-5 unless it was a stakes horse dropping into an allowance race or something. $20,000 maiden claimers, are they ever good bets at 2 or 5? I just don't think so.
Wow.
It just seems a little bit, you know, it just seems a little bit short to me. And I'm happy to take the 4 as
More
the
than a little
alternative
bit
here. Because I also don't think the Bewildered, I don't think I'm just stabbing with Bewildered. I think Bewildered is taking a logical drop down. And if she can run that race she ran 2 back when she was 45-1, I think she's good enough to win this race, even if Billie Jean shows up. So I don't think she's bad.
Meanwhile, there's Romero Mirage.
Great to see him back.
That's the Fact Jack, his cuz back as well.
I got a call from his cousin,
Rajiv at Gulfstream,
calling me about the big incident down at Menace Park, where we'll be heading in a few weeks. It was a very controversial DQ there on Monday.
Really?
I have no idea what the stewards were looking at. Anybody involved, I don't think that anyone could possibly figure out what was going on. And yeah, they had to cancel racing. There was like, let me tell you something. The Jamaicans know racing. And as we know from the fans here and the fans down there, they know racing. And they know when they didn't get a fair deal. And I don't know what was going on in that race. That was wild.
Well, Romero here on That's the Fact Jack, loading up nearly double-digit odds, does have that one race. It was 40 maiden claiming, and it was off a layoff at 7 furlongs at Aqueduct. If she could somehow get, and she didn't run that far, at least numbers-wise, that far off at last start, she wouldn't be that far out of the mix,
she's not
would she?
impossible. I agree. She's not impossible. It's all a question of how the 6 runs. Tell you what, if the 6 doesn't show up, it's a lot more open, though. I think the 4 is very much the other horse, as does the public.
2-5 favorite, though, Millie Jean, coming back, first start since November 5th of last year for George Weaver. First time in for a tag as we kick off this Thursday card from Belmont at the Big A with that massive carryover to come beginning in race 3. We start the early pick 5 right here. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Millie Jean to the outside. Is in. All set. And they're off. Millie Jean, the favorite, gets the first call from the outside, and Millie Jean right out towards the front has company from Bewildered, who will stalk in second. To the outside is La Indecente, who's now a challenging second and third. At the rail is going to be Azteca Stardust, is back to the 4th position, only about 2 off the lead. Second to last will be Wild Iris and the early trailer. That's the Fact, Jack. They're behind Billie Jean, and Billie Jean is up by a full length. 23 and 3 is unopposed now on the front end with 4 furlongs left to travel. Ranging up on the outside is Bewildered, is now within 3/4 of a length of the leader. At the rail under a drive, trying to make up some ground, is Azteca Stardust in third. La Indecente has lost ground. Wild Iris is trying to pick it up from the back, and that's the Fact. Jack has trailed throughout. They still got to get to Millie Jean. It's Millie Jean and to the outside Bewildered, and these two have now put about 4 lengths on the rest, but Wild Iris is launching a rally from third. They reach the top of the stretch, and the favorite is trying to put away a stubborn Bewildered to the outside. It's Millie Jean at the rail. Bewildered with every shot to run by. These two nose to nose here as they approach a final furlong. Wild Iris is cutting into the margin, but slowly. It's Bewildered to the outside. Millie Jean to the inside. A 16th left to go. Bewildered, Millie Jean. Wild Iris still third. Bewildered almost there. Bewildered wins the opener. Bewildered wins it over Millie Jean, who's in a photo with an oncoming Wild Iris. And that's the Fact, Jack. In 1 minute 18 and 4.
Bewildered also dropping in for a tag for the first time, and a 3-1 upsets the 2-5 favorite to kick off this Thursday card.
And the 6 was allowed to clear. Louis Rivera was confident to let her go, got to her outside, and just wore down a long stretch drive, and they weren't going much farther before Wild Iris and Lane Luzzy was breaking her maiden, as I'm not even sure she didn't get second. It was getting very, very close as Millie Jean was kind of coming apart a bit in the late stages. And 2-5 off a near-year layoff. Not exactly how you get rich. In this case, it's how you lost.
Let's keep our eyes on second here. Did Wild Iris the 2?
I don't think so.
No.
She got it right after the wire, right? Yeah. Or 6-2. Colton. Right.
Bewildered at 3-1, upsetting a 2-5 favorite. And if you're alive in this early pick 5, that's already a very good start.
It is definitely good to try to beat a horse like, if you can beat a horse like this, in this case, able to get it done. No excuse for Millie Jean. Bewildered simply ran her down.
Bruce Levine Barn, Luis Rivera Jr., Pura Vida Investments, and Bewildered beats this 2-5 favorite. 3-1 start to a Thursday card, a race away from the pick 6 carryover. Stay with us.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
300 won't do it. 300,000. 275, ED 275,000. 75, but to get 75, 275,000. 250, I'm Ralph now, 250,000. Here, but to get $200,000.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. I got the costumes ordered.
Really?
Firefighter and
You're going to be a firefighter? That's adorable.
I'm going to be the truck. My son's going to be the firefighter.
Really? So you're going to be crawling down the
And a
street
butterfly.
while he's riding you?
I'll just hitch it over with the straps.
I like the butterfly. I want pictures. We all want pictures.
Bewildered with the upset score to kick off this Thursday card. Bruce Levine, Luis Rivera Jr. beating a 2-5 favorite. $8.80 for the win. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Please be joined here by winning trainer Bruce Levine and Bewildered Bruce. Was it a bit of a give up, or was it just where she belonged?
I think it's where she belonged. She just found the right bunch today and just kind of held on.
Did she get claimed?
No, she didn't. She didn't.
it's always kind of a conundrum. Where do you go with a horse that breaks their maiden, a maiden 20?
2 for 16, hopefully.
Very well said. I want to ask you about a really nice horse, though, coming up this weekend. We'll see Lightman in the Hudson, right?
Yes.
Jeez. But it feels like, as it usually is, a race that features a lot of quick horses. Is that an ideal type of setup for him?
I don't know. I'll let Kendrick kind of play the race. We're putting blinkers on him, and he's training very good with the blinkers. So I'm going to let Kendrick just ride him the way it comes up.
He's a bit of a favorite. It feels like he's a little bit of an overachiever. He's had to overcome a lot.
He really has. I mean, a year and a half off, and he's come back, and now he's kind of been dancing and running with the big boys. So, it's a tribute to the horse. A big heart he's got.
I'm a big fan. Wishing you the best of luck with him, but a nice way to kick off this Thursday.
Thank you very much. Take care.
All right, Bruce Levine with Bewildered, Pura Vida Investments, Juice Greathouse. This one for him, and just getting the win here to kick things off at the Big A. Greg?
Yeah, you look battling with that 2-5 favorite. It actually looked like a setup for that filly behind him, but able to hang on and get this win.
Yeah, got the win, and as Bruce said, you find the right field. And I'm excited to see Lightman. I think he's improved a lot. I believe I picked Lightman, actually. I finished up some of those races last night. Sunday's card.
Look for that to come.
Fun card.
We move on to race 2, race away from the start of the pick 6. This race, mile and an eighth, 2 turns, New York bred allowance optional claiming field, and another long time away. Engineer Empire, 9-5 favorite, has not been seen since December 17 of last year, but you and I actually agree here. Why is this case different?
Well, one of the things that I think that we're very clear on, you and I, and the one horse in this race you have absolute confidence, if he runs his race, can handle, in fact, thrives at a mile and eighth is Engineer Empire. Bourbon Chase, it's not clear he wants more distance, and it's not clear of all of these horses, and the Clement Barn has very good numbers, coming off long layouts on the dirt, in dirt route races. So Engineer Empire, I think he's very, very dangerous in here.
Right now, the 9-5 favorite. We're going to look at this field, talk more in depth in a moment. It starts the early pick 4. We're going to take a timeout. We're, of course, going to look ahead to the weekend as well. John Velasquez, he's been dominant in the Mother Goose. First win came back in 1996. Yanks Music. His 6th win, untappable, back in 2014. Could he add a 7th this weekend? Stay with us.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes, and champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level. And as the field comes to the top of the stretch, Johnny Velasquez is just a passive partner aboard Untappable, who takes the lead at the top of the lane. Untappable coming to the 8th pole, just opening up at will. Princess Violet, no match for Untappable. For Untappable is matchless. Oh, look at this. This is just poetry in four-legged motion.
That was a 4th win in a row, all graded stakes by a combined 31 1/4 lengths for the filly Untappable for Steve Asmussen, who was so good he decided to put her against the boys in the Haskell in her next start. That did not go to plan, but would wind up becoming the Breeders' Cup Distaff winner later that year.
Do you feel like she's kind of a forgotten horse?
A little bit.
There have been some nice fillies. I think she was a very, very good one, and I feel as though she's just been sort of forgotten.
Almost $4 million in earnings.
Yeah, it's funny. My friend Nick Tamaro brought her up to me recently, and I remember thinking, yeah, and he was saying how good she is. Nobody remembers her when we talk about all the good fillies and mares, and I think that's one of the things that happens. And listen, Torpedo Anna's been terrific, and I understand why she's gotten as much press. She probably deserves as much, if not more. But that doesn't mean that some of these horses weren't good. I'll tell you a horse on that list, Greg. There's a couple. Leo O'Brien trained Yanks Music. John Velasquez rode her. And those Fleet Renee from Michael Dickinson may have been the best of all of those horses. She just had trouble staying on the racetrack, but man, she was good.
Well, 6 for Johnny V's got a chance for number 7 with, speaking of a great, just missed against Torpedo Anna. That's going to be Gunsong, his mount for Mark Hennig, coming up on Saturday, coming out of that Grade 1 cotillion, where it looked like she was actually going to pull off that upset.
It really did, and I'll tell you something, if they had gone another 20 feet, she might have come back and won it, because I think that Torpedo Anna had had enough by the time they hit the finish line. Now, it obviously wasn't the A race from Torpedo Anna, but that doesn't mean it wasn't a very good effort by Gunsong. I think ran well. Tarifa, she's going to have to get better. Now, she was a little bit outside in this race, and you probably wanted to save some ground. She was disappointing, and Tarifa has been an enormous disappointment since starting out the year looking so good at Fairgrounds for Brad Cox. Gunsong's the one who comes in this race off the best race, and Greg, I think she has to be considered the one to beat, doesn't she?
I would think so. No, doing this against the clear-cut, she's already locked up divisional honors.
I think in this year, she is a major contender for Horse of the Year. I don't, people say, well, they should take on the boys.
Anna,
well, she did take on the boys. Of course, by a nose to fierceness. Okay, she didn't win. I don't consider it a loss. And in a year that was very flawed and very open, and we had in this Breeders' Cup where very likely a horse that wins the Classic is not a horse that's established necessarily Horse of the Year credentials. I'm not sure how many of the horses in there, frankly, have, other than City of Troy, and his Horse of the Year is over in Europe. I think with a win in the Distaff and a sort
very
of
good. She
somewhat
deserves,
lesser result in the Classic, and she may end up being the favorite for Horse of the Year.
Yeah.
And she has been the story of the year, and she's backed it up. She's been pretty damn good.
Now we'll see. That's the race now that puts her into question going into championship weekend. Is that long campaign and what she's done taking a toll? We'll see. Life Talk, another contender for Todd Pletcher Rapoli stable. Kendra Carmouche will be aboard, coming off a narrow defeat to Miss Justify in the Seneca overnight.
She finally ran, right, after being a massive disappointment after a very dressed-up performance in the Demoiselle. If she can run back to this race, she's a real contender in here. Because this was a very solid effort. Miss Justify beat her, some will remember. She won the Wilton up in Saratoga.
Right.
And she ran a respectable 4th in the Alabama. So she didn't lose to a bad horse.
And headline numbers, lightly raced, a tough spot for start number 3.
She can be forward, which helps her. Obviously got put up last time. Chad Brown's confident that she wants a mile and an eighth. I'm not. I thought she wasn't finishing last time, personally.
Look forward to that. That's coming up in our weekend coverage. Grade 2, Mother Goose, 3-year-old fillies. As we take a look at our entire schedule for graded stakes. Bold Ruler, 49er, in addition to that Mother Goose. So we hope you're with us this Saturday. And it looks like we have fantastic weather all week long here.
We've had fantastic weather here since we got back from Saratoga. As bad as it was last year is as good as it's been this year.
Yeah. Race 2 starts this early pick 4. Again, mile and an eighth. New York breds, allowance optional claiming field. And Bourbon Chase right now, the 9-5 favorite. Let's go downstairs to Maggie for more.
We'll start with the inside runner for Todd Pletcher. That is number 1. Lots of trouble as he's second off of a layoff and kind of following a somewhat similar pattern as what he did to begin his career. It's a horse that did debut sprinting on the turf, and they opted to do that back here on October 5th. Didn't run that much, to be fair. And maybe as a horse that I feel like once you get past a 2-year-old season, those turf sprints do get that much quicker. And therefore, he's never been a horse that struck me as a turf sprinter. And he's always been one that I thought more ground the better. So he is taking a big jump out in distance, going from that 6 furlong turf sprint to now 9 furlongs on the main track. But I can't not say that I'm confident in him handling it. It's just, is he ready? I can't say that he's not ready. He looks incredibly fit here. He looks sensational. He by far looks best in the paddock. It's just a little bit of an unknown. He does go out for a trainer who's incredibly capable of doing this. And furthermore, it's not like he's a very short price. Next, we'll move on to one coming back off of a layoff. That's number 5, Engineer Empire. Haven't seen him in about 10 months. He's undefeated around 2 turns. Otherwise, he's horrible. Can he get out? Can he get into a rhythm? He is posted towards the outside, which I think does give him some favors. He does strike me as a horse, as I've actually weirdly never seen him in the paddock prior to a start. I have no notes on him. As a little bit of a nervous type. He does wear cotton in his ears. He was a little bit antsy to get the tack on. He looks fairly fit, but the time away from the races is starting to add up. So I'd like to give him the wait and see approach, Greg, as they are hitting the track.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Yeah, we'll take a look at them now as we get set for this post parade coming up. 3-2 favorite, Bourbon Chase, who we'll get to in a moment. We start with Lots of Trouble. Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche.
Kind of a wild card in this race, Lots of Trouble. Would obviously have to get much faster to contend, and it's hard to be confident he wants the distance as well.
Yeah, World of Trouble. You don't think mile and an eighth. Allure of Money, Charlie Baker.
I get the allure of money. I don't get this horse based in his PPs.
This one's 7 of 13 career starts. Here's Coinage, Mark Casse.
Really more of a turf horse as he's starting to descend the ladder with a huge pedigree. I just think he's better on grass.
2's a crowd, winner at a mile at Saratoga, 2-back.
It's in decent form, and he can be forward in here. I just don't know if he's quite good enough.
We both like the 5, Engineer Empire, long time off, but 1 at a mile and an eighth the last time we saw him.
Should be forward in a good position. The barn does well off these layoffs. If he's ready, he's found the right favorite to try to beat.
And 7-5 favorite, Bourbon Chase, Manny Franco, Mike Maker.
There is a real chance, though. He's one of these horses that's found a field where if the 5 doesn't run well off the layoff, and Maggie's right, he's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. If he does, he'll find himself 3 lengths in front when they're coming to the 8th pole, and no one will be able to catch him. But he, too, appears to be a horse that could be a little questionable at a mile and an eighth, and he definitely is camera shy. He has hung at short prices in a lot of races.
Get the inside track on handicapping with NyraBet's track stats. For more stats on tracks across the country, go to nyrabets.com. Take advantage of it as we get set for an early pick 4, where the outside 2 horses dominating the wagering here at 5-2 and 7-5 respectively. Bourbon Chase coming off a 3rd place finish, blinkers going on, back on. They've been on the first couple of starts of his career, beaten favorite on this occasion.
And this is 2 back when he was second to Silver Satin, who's a player in that race that Lightman is in and is an improved horse. But I'm just not sure he's really finishing, right? He gets there and he just doesn't get by, and I'm not sure he's going to get better at a mile and eighth. So I think one of the reasons you and I like the 5 here is we feel like if he shows up and runs his good race, he's found a rival that's flawed. Now, if the 5 doesn't show up and run his race, then he's not going to beat anybody in here, and it doesn't really matter. But if he can run his race off the layoff, and Clamont's numbers off layoffs are strong in dirt routes, I think that he's got a horse in the 6 that just doesn't really like to win.
We know this one likes a mile and an eighth, was dominant. Best race of his career, was at the distance, was forwardly placed, and just pulled away from this New York bred first allowance condition group at the distance back on December 17th of last year.
Yeah, I mean, I know it's been a long time, but this was a huge win in a race that's easily fast enough to win here. And it was also late in his 3-year-old year, so presumably he could get better. Now, obviously, he's got a lot of the layoff, and it's his second serious layoff in his career, and that is always concerning, but he's back. 180 to 360-day layoffs in dirt routes, 6 for 19 for the barn with a 371 ROI. And with horses off of wins off those layoffs, 3 for 5 with 4 hitting the board and an ROI approaching $9, which suggests they come back and they're ready to run. They're not bringing them back if they aren't.
Wow. 3-1 and 6-5, the separation between these two.
Yeah, personally, I think they're going a little overboard on Bourbon Chase. On the other hand, you can say with Bourbon Chase, he has speed figures that consistently are faster than these, and the 5 is a question off the layoff.
Well, the man on the second choice at 3-1 is leading the way of the meet, Dylan Davis. What a rise it's been over the last few years, but certainly this summer, Saratoga, just next level for Dylan Davis, and he has not stepped off the pedal. 32 wins the meet.
Oh no, he's just riding unbelievably well and deserves to be leading this meet over some other very good riders. Are you surprised that Lots of Trouble is very much the same price as Engineer Empire at this point? I don't know what the morning line was, but that I'll take a look.
Confused by that. We'll see.
I'm not saying he can't win. I'm just don't understand why he's a short price in here.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
If you were watching these horses, you'd understand. Lots of Trouble looks amazing. That's why I'm picking it. Don't love that he's drifted all the way down to 7-2 here, but let's take a look at Coinage, who I'm just not totally sold on the fact that I'm actually okay with him on the dirt. The problem is the distance. He definitely doesn't strike me as wanting a mile and an eighth. Looking at him as a physical, he looks great. I have no problems with him, and he doesn't reflect the fact that his form seems to be taking a downward turn. He's dappled head to toe. He's got a bright, sharp, eager disposition to him. He's strong. He's fit. I just don't get why we're going 9 furlongs with him. I get that he's run okay going 2 turns on the main track, but it's just not for me against confirmed dirt horses. As we'll move on to your favorite at 6-5 is Bourbon Chase. I agree with Andy. He just kind of gets there and doesn't seal the deal. He's just very one-paced overall, and maybe getting out to 9 furlongs will help that. These type of horses, they do tend to run well when the pace is maybe a little bit slower and they just kind of grind out the victories. My problem is that since coming back off of that layoff and switching to the Mike Maker barn, I thought he looked best back in Saratoga. He was fine last time, disappointed he didn't get the win. And then today, physically, just doesn't look like the same horse that I saw up on August 25th. You know, his coat's kind of gone the wrong way. The muscle mass isn't there as it was. He'll beat me today. I get where his credentials make him the favorite, but just physically, I looked elsewhere. Greg?
So 2 minutes to post coming up. And, you know, back to Lots of Trouble, who's 4-1 right now. Close to being the same price as Engineer Empire. Just, World of Trouble was a turf sprinter.
I'm not. I don't. I mean, the one time he tried a mile, did no running, better horse or not. He did no running that day.
I understand the dam produced Donegal Surges. He wanted a mile and an eighth, but you do not think of that sire as ever having one really to ever get that distance.
And in the times when Todd Pletcher's barn was dominating, I get sort of looking at them, but he's winning at around an 18% clip in 2024. He's 11% at the meet. It's just not the same kind of numbers you're used to from Todd Pletcher. And he is a bit of a wild card in here. But I don't disagree. I just, you know, he got a prep in a turf sprint, but a turf sprint is a prep for a mile and an eighth race. I think they're just trying to find out who he is. And like I said, I'm not going to be shocked if he runs better in here. I just wouldn't want to bet him as the 5's drifted down to 2-1. So the discrepancy is about where it was. And I can understand allure of money, while 7 for 13, has been doing it at Finger Lakes and has really consistently shown not good enough here. Coinage to me is a turf horse and not a dirt horse. And Choose a Crowd has shown up fast enough. So he is the Pletcher and a bit of a wild card. He's just not for me, but that doesn't mean he's not for some other people. I didn't put him in the top 4.
Yeah, there he is.
Doesn't mean he can't win either.
Carmouche for Pletcher and Stu Stables. So 9-2 from that inside post here. Again, that turf sprint coming back off the layoff and now getting 2 turns, mile and an eighth. And, you know, every summer you look at, getting horses to go that demanding mile and 8, especially out there. Todd Pletcher's one of the best.
Listen, he's got a career record that speaks for itself, and he does get horses. Yes, he's extremely good at finding horses who wants to go long. Now, I don't think that he's been pointing this horse to go long all his career. I think he's just trying to check off boxes a little bit with a horse who's been a little bit frustrating. But at a muddy sealed track, his last time in the dirt, he did run a figure that if he could build on it, he could be effective here, and he is a 3-year-old, so he has that room to improve. I just wonder if he's going to do it at a mile and 8, second off lap. Like I said, not my cup of tea, but obviously Maggie disagrees, and so do quite a few other bettors.
Yeah, post time coming up. Pick 4 starts here, and then we get into that pick 6 carryover, 2-day pick 6 carryover. And we'll talk through that field or sequence, I should say, when we get to that next one coming up. But in terms of the pick 4, that obviously overlaps Sweet Anniversary, and the next is going to take plenty of money. The 4th a little bit wide open in the race 5. Chad Brown runner is going to take Philly stamp of approval, a ton of money in that turf race.
One of the potential singles in this sequence. As I'm looking at prices, and your horse, the 3 in the next race in doubles, does not appear to be a big favorite by any stretch. In fact, I'm waiting to see with the 5.
Really?
I'm looking right now. I'm waiting for these things to turn. It's like waiting
Finger Lake Shipper.
for Godot. It looks like the 7 is actually favored, a slight favorite over that horse.
No Lita for Bill Mott. First things first, race 2 to start the pick 4, 6-5 favorite, Bourbon Chase for Mike Maker. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Two's a crowd. Engineer Empire. Bourbon Chase. Last to load. And in. All set. And they're off. Bourbon Chase broke with early speed. In between horses, there comes Coinage, and at the rail, Heart Scent is going to be lots of trouble, but Coinage is going to be quickest, and Ricardo Santana Jr., they're in front, and they're up by a head. Right to the outside will be Engineer Empire. Is going to challenge for that early lead. Out wider there is Bourbon Chase. Is 3 wide, and that second grouping is taken 3rd. In between horses is Two's a crowd. At the rail, there was lots of trouble. Couldn't get to the front. Is now tucked in between rivals. At the rail, saving some ground, is in the 5th position. And the trailer, Allure of Money. The leader is Coinage, doing it easily. Coinage is in front, went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile. It's mild pressure here from Engineer Empire, is within a half length of the lead, still wide. That's Bourbon Chase in 3rd. At the rail, moving closer, lots of trouble. In between horses is going to be Two's a crowd. Nowhere to go yet. Two's a crowd back to 5th. Getting the hurry up from the back is Allure of Money, who's still 7 lengths the trailer. Coinage is in front and went 48 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Engineer Empire has been stalking the entire journey. A half-mile left to go, and Engineer Empire not called upon for the effort yet. 3 wide. Here's the run from Bourbon Chase. These 3 into the far turn together. Two's a crowd. Now gets some running room. Is alone in 4th. Is dropping out of it. Is lots of trouble. Far back. Allure of Money. Coinage is in front and asks the question. It's Coinage, who's still a half length clear. Bourbon Chase 3 wide is rallying on. Engineer Empire's got to pick it up from in between rivals. Two's a crowd is trying to make up some ground, but Coinage is looking very strong at the top of the stretch, and Coinage now kicks for home. Bourbon Chase is trying to pounce towards the outside. Coinage has got more. Two's a crowd has got some momentum at the rail. It's down to these 3 for a final furlong. Coinage is just gutting it out with every single stride, and Coinage has extended the margin once again. It's Coinage who's up by 2. Coinage drifting in the lane, but is well clear. Coinage will take them all the way. Coinage with a front-running score over Bourbon Chase, Two's a crowd, and Engineer Empire in 1 minute 50.52 seconds.
Coinage, Mark Cassie, Ricardo Santana Jr., and a 5-year-old by Tappet. First across the wire at a mile and an 1/8.
I wish I could have seen it, but I can't see it based on the races his horses run in the dirt, which are absolutely terrible relative to this field. But he was able to handle the stalking 5, and clearly Engineer Empire just didn't run at all. He backed way up in the air. And the 6, Bourbon Chase, I don't think Greggy wants to go by you and I in a horse suit down the stretch. I mean, he's just a equine chandelier. And Coinage gets it done. If you had this one, you're live in this pick 5. You're doing okay.
8-1. Horse, it was 3-1 morning line, forgotten about because for some reason a lot of love to Bourbon Chase at even money.
Horses like this tip their hand with those second place finishes. Unfortunately, I tried to beat him, as did you, with a horse that did not run particularly well in Engineer Empire. He just wasn't good, he just really wasn't either ready or he just can't really run anymore. And one of his bad races, now he's got a few of them.
3-6, 4-5 finish. Coinage, who has that big pedigree. Mom was the 1997 Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint winner. If you had her that year, you're still doing well in this game. 66-1 when she upset the field. An upset here for her son as a 5-year-old. Son of Tappet gets the 4th win of his career, the first win in a long time for Coinage to start the Pick 4. The Pick 6 carryovers next.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning into the program. It's America's Day at the Races. Upset time in the second. Good thing it's not part of that Pick 6. But here with that winning rider, Ricardo Santana Jr., aboard Coinage today. And Ricardo, we were just talking about it. The break made such a difference with him.
Well, he broke today really sharp. You know, I never expected he was going to go a mile and 8. And he broke really sharp. He relaxed really well in the first half a mile, and I was really comfortable with him. And when I asked him to go, he took off back.
Really kind of, well, not necessarily emulating his dam because she won sprinting, but really showing some tenacity. And too, we were discussing his race 2 back at Colonial. He did, was a part of pretty fast fractions early on that day.
I watched the replay, and he was in 22:44. He was like a half length from the lead, and I thought he was going to kick on, and he flat down. So today I was kind of a little worried. He get a little tired too in the stretch, and He ran a huge race today.
He really did. Kind of a resurrection of sorts for this well-bred New York bred. Speaking, not necessarily a resurrection, but really making a big influence here in New York with the limited mounts that you've had. Talk a little bit about the decision to stay here. I know you're in Kentucky for the weekend, but to stay here after Saratoga.
Well, I need to say thank you to Horacio de Paz and Maiden. They've been talking since in Saratoga to used to try to see if I like it. And thanks God, we have a great opportunity here, and we're doing so good here.
Will you be back at Oaklawn for the winter?
We're thinking about it.
Keeping us on our toes. Well, keep up the great work. Congrats.
Thank you.
All right, Ricardo Santana Jr., yeah. Where will he be next? I can tell you this weekend, though, he'll be in Kentucky, Greg.
Yeah, he was there yesterday as well. He's logging miles.
I hope he rides here this winter. I really do. He's an aggressive rider, and I think he's riding extremely well these days. And one thing with Ricardo, he got a horse with speed. You can count on Ricardo with being aggressive, and he's a very strong rider.
So we should expect him to be aggressive on Skelly then in the sprint?
You're so excited about Skelly. I think Skelly, the clock is striking midnight.
Yeah,
but,
unfortunately. But you never know. A horse incredibly quick still, but
long year.
Fortunately now 3 runner-up finishes heading into the Breeders' Cup.
Yeah, it's not as though he's running badly, but it's a tough race to come into, and maybe you are at your absolute top.
We're going to talk a little Breeders' Cup in a bit. We get into, here we go, pick 6 carryover, $124,000 carryover. Starts with this 1 turn mile New York bred first allowance condition race. And as you said, not Sweet Anniversary, who's won 4 of 5, all at Finger Lakes. It's Nolita who opens up the favorite for Bill Mott on the outside.
I think Nolita's going to be tough here. Was wide against a good rail last time and had an excuse. That's plenty of races good enough, and at least her form is shown to be good in New York. Now, I'm looking at multi-race bets now and know the clear-cut favorite in the double and pick 3 is the 3. So by post time, she probably will be favored. I just don't trust that she can run her best race in New York. You like her more than I do. I like the 2 in here, Silent Melody.
So starts with this 3rd race 4. We agree along with probably the 8th. Those are, well, and race 6. The 3 most wide open races of the sequence. But certainly race 4, very difficult.
Well, you and I talked about it a bit this morning on the handicapping show, and we both agree that Sweet Anniversary could end up being the shortest price in this sequence, and a horse that people who look to single, you have a limited bankroll, you got to try to find a single somewhere. Could be her, and it could be stamp of approval in race 5. After that, there are not overwhelming favorites throughout this card. I think this is a manageable sequence, whether or not your picks work out, but not an easy sequence, and a lot of fun races coming up with, I think, possible players that are not going to be super short prices. And so far today, we've seen upsets in both races.
Yeah, again, race that we talked about at the beginning of the show, El Grande O coming out. We both picked against.
I picked him. You picked him second, I think. But on the other hand, you're going to put your whole bankroll on a horse coming off an 8-month layoff? I'm not.
Yeah.
You know, that's the problem. And against 2 horses that have run well in recent races.
That, again, race 7, but the carryover begins in this next race coming up. 19 minutes to get your tickets together. Coming up this weekend, Bold Ruler, part of 3 graded stakes races on the card. And let's take a look at Scotland. We'll have the outside post, Bill Mott, Arad Ortiz Jr. coming off a second to Mufasa in the Grade 3 Vosburg.
And this is his win in Saratoga, 2 back. And I thought he ran fine in the Vosburg. And keep in mind, he runs this big race at the end of July in Saratoga, which clearly screamed prep for the forego, right? You expect to see him in the forego. He doesn't work. He doesn't come back to working until I think right around the time we ran the forego. So Bill got him back for the Vosburg, leading me to believe he was probably sick, or maybe he had a minor issue that they had to deal with that kept him from working. Came back and ran credibly. If he can run back to that race, I think he's going to be a handful in this race. And I like his recency in here, so I prefer him, though. For people that think the Bill Mott barn can't win a race, they may be against him. I'm not one of them.
7 of 11 starts, first or second, the outside post. Cozy spot for Scotland. Meanwhile, Top Gunner, Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt coming off a win at Parks.
This was a very, very, very great ride by Flavian Pratt because he recognized that the rail was the place to be, and he had a horse that broke from the far outside post, and he was out in the middle of the track in the backstretch, sort of engaging for the lead. So he took him back, he got towards the inside, he ended up rallying inside of horses in the stretch, so while right on the rail, he was on the best part of the racetrack. this was the kind of race, if you could see it, because this race was run in almost total darkness, as Maggie knows better than anybody up here. I mean, it is pretty funny to watch that race.
8-1 morning line. Pratt back aboard.
Big. That's a big. Really?
What?
8-1 seems like a very generous price.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Little Vic, running son of a gun. They will meet again, coming out of a September 19th race here at Belmont and Aqueduct that went to Little Vic at almost 7-1.
Love this ride by Arad Ortiz. He was super aggressive. They tried to take it away from him, and he said, no, 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 no. Able to wire the field, and you see, of course, that horse lost the wire at the start, got involved, but I thought he ran very well, and I don't think this was a big bias in his favor. I think probably not bad to be inside, but don't think he was carried along. I thought it was a nice effort by him. I just don't know if he can run back to it in a race like this, but he is a horse that has good back form and is certainly far from impossible.
So Little Vic gets that win.
It's 8-5 morning line.
Well, now, yeah, not 8-1. That was a mistake.
So it's right. So
yes.
8-1 would have been a good price on him.
Yeah. Apparently, you can still lock in.
Who's taking the 8-1? Maybe Evan, our producer.
Saturday, Grade 3, Bold Ruler. That's the 7th on the card, 3:17 Eastern start time. Again, one of 3 graded stakes on that Saturday coverage. We hope you join us. But first things first, we got a Pick 6 carryover coming up next. We'll also look ahead to Sunday. Great weekend, not just that Saturday card with 3 graded stakes. Empire Showcase Day, Drake's Passage, among several talented New York Reds back in action. Stay with us.
It's amazing. I mean, we're used to having horses in claiming races, and here we're at the undercard of the Belmont.
And they're off in the Woody Stevens, and here's Bookham Dano, who has blown by them all. Bookham Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Bookham Dano!
Winning on New York's most important day of racing.
I can't. That was awesome. He's the best.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
These New York bred foals represent many sires. War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at Naira Tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Go get a bath.
Every year, Rerun provides more than 100 thoroughbreds a safe landing when they leave the track. The Rerun team carefully evaluates each horse and person who wants to adopt.
Our adopters, they're specifically screened so that they can address each horse's individual training needs to bring them, bring out the optimal result in them.
Some X-race horses may excel in the show ring as hunters or jumpers. Others are handy enough to become polo ponies. And a few, like Deregulation, are quiet enough to be leadline horses for people like 7-year-old Raina Richardson, shown here leading her dad.
That's the result of a lot of time and effort on so many parts for New York racing taking a stand and making sure these horses have a place to go when they actually do retire. For the Take the Lead program and their vetting process, and also their funding, which enables us to function as we do.
NYRA fans will recognize My Boy Tate because the New York-bred gelding earned most of his $837,000 in New York before retiring sound to rerun.
Tate is going to go with some previous adopters, and he's going to be entered in the Retired Racehorse Makeover Project.
Malloy says rerun horses like My Boy Tate and the easygoing son of American Pharaoh called Not Far Now will one day star in aftercare events that remind the public that horses should be respected at every stage of life.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 for more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. That's where you go, nybreds.com. It pays to have a New York bred, and no better evidence of that than the card we're going to see on Sunday. How about this good news for New York bred foals, up almost 14% year over year.
And it's great to see because it's bucking a trend in racing where we've sort of not having stellar numbers as far as the foal crops, but to be up 14% New York is a tremendous figure, and it shows how much people believe in the future. You know, when we talk about the foals from this year running for more money going into future years, running for money similar to Open or same as Opens in a couple of years, it's great news for the New York breds, and there's a lot of reason to be optimistic about it. It's also a lot of hard work. People with the farms in New York, you know, putting in that work, getting these brood mares, getting more foals. Naja Thompson, our good friend who's involved with the program, it's got to be something they're all very, very proud of, and I think it's great to see. Whenever you're bucking a trend, it's positive.
No, it's tremendous news, and of course, we hope you join us Sunday as we've been promoting a card that is going to celebrate New York breds on Empire Showcase Day. As we head downstairs, we welcome in Acacia Clement.
Hey, Greg, and we'll start towards the outside with the number 7, Nolita, who does get another chance at the mile today. When I saw her 2 starts back, just had written down that it was a jumping off point for her. She's a big, long striding type, a lot of length to her frame, and the mile is what she wants. I was not in the paddock for that last race, but watching her and the way that the track was playing, I do think that she was really up against it, did not have an advantageous trip. You really wanted to be on the inside, so I am more than willing to give her another chance in here because I think this is what she really wants to do. And she is a filly that at times really does not carry good condition. And for her standards, she's doing very well right now. Good in her weight, good in her coat. And like I said, I just think that this is what she wants to do. And on a fair racetrack as well, she'll get another chance. Taking a look now at the number 3, Sweet Anniversary, who is kind of the wild card of this race, coming in off of an 11.5 length score and an 8 length score, both up at Finger Lakes. I saw her 3 back in her lone NYRA start at Saratoga in that race behind Cruz to Catalina and Nolita, and my notes had actually been quite similar about her, that she was a tall and leggy type, not built like a sprinter, but I was a little bit mystified because she had won those sprint races so impressively in her first 2 starts, but then as you did get to see her stretch out, I think longer, has shown to be what she prefers, and she is much more settled today than she was when I saw her in Saratoga. She's still forward. She's not lethargic by any means, but much more settled overall as well, which I appreciate, as she will be going the mile distance. One interesting thing I did notice, though, because you do have the presence of a quick horse like Chasing Daylight right to her outside, is watching those races up at Finger Lakes. Kyra Koa, who obviously knows her very well, having been aboard for all of her starts so far, kept her out kind of in the center of the track, and she kind of ended up backing up into a pressing spot with horses coming up her inside, but she was able to take over so easily and pull away from her competition. We'll see how that form does transfer here down to the NYRA tracks, but like I said, given what I saw from her in Saratoga to today, she too is running in the right conditions, Greg.
Yes, 8-5 on the Finger Lakes specialist, who's only start outside of that circuit here to Saratoga. Obviously didn't go great. Wound up 4th, beat 13.25 lengths. As you get a look at Junior Alvarado, he'll be aboard Nolita, the current 8-5 favorite for Bill Mott outside. Having said that, I'm still think going to be very difficult to deal with.
This is one of the few races where you and I disagreed. I believe she's a good bet against. I understand why people like her. You think she's very hard to beat. We'll see what happens. I don't think she's getting the lead early from Chasing Daylight or Nolita. I think Nolita was badly affected by the bias last time and has run well enough. And I like Silent Melody. We're just looking at Jorge Abreu. And I guess Christopher Elliott riding. I think that horse is very, very dangerous. Silent Melody. I'm not sure this horse shouldn't have been running on the dirt all along.
She has the rail, Silent Melody, with Christopher Elliott, son of Stewart, of course. Smarty Jones fame. First 2 legs of the Triple Crown for that PA bred back in 04. But, back to Sweet Anniversary, she has not had to have the lead.
No, she doesn't need
in
a lead.
A couple of her wins.
I agree. She went at 5 cents to the dollar. She was able to rate last time. And she did rate in her second start at 30 cents to the dollar. Listen, we've seen a lot of horses that don't run as well in New York, and they go to Finger Lakes, and their form gets better. And we see horses come from Finger Lakes that compete here at a very high level, so it's not like they can't ship here. And unfortunately for her, she stumbled badly at the start in her one race in the Naira track, so she didn't run well, but maybe she was badly shaken up by the start. It was a legit stumble. It wasn't a little bobble.
There she is, all 4 starts outside of that Saratoga outing. She's been a winner, and usually not just a winner, but a dominant winner. 15 3/4 lengths, 8 lengths. 11.5 lengths. The only time it was even close, she won by a length, and that was pretty easy as a 1-5 favorite as well on a wet track. Here comes our post parade, approaching the 5-minute mark to post in this big pick 6 carryover. We start with the remaining half of the entry. Chasing Daylight gets post 3.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just sort of got so many. Chasing Daylight just doesn't win. She's had races where she's had things her own way, doesn't get it done, but she could be the speed.
Silent Melody, 2 starts, 3 and 4 back. Not too bad on the dirt.
I think she's faced horses that would fit very well in this race, and she's a good bet at the price.
Here's the favorite, 7-5, Sweet Anniversary.
We'll see if she brings that Finger Lakes form here. You're right, Greg. They could just be in trouble.
Starry Midnight, Lane Luzzy for Jimmy Ferraro.
She did show a little sign of life last time out, but this is an even tougher spot.
And now stretches out. That was going 6.5 furlongs. Malo, Linda Rice, second off the claim.
Is she a little bit of a wild card in here? She's a little slow, but something went wrong off the claim for Linda, and she beat the bias 2 back.
Sorry, jumped up in class to this level last start, Malo, and stays at that level. Last Glory, 37-1, biggest price on the board.
Tough to make.
And then bouncing back and forth between the 3 and the 7. It looks like the 3 will be favored, but here's Nolita, Bilmont.
Yeah, I personally, I don't trust the 3, so I think she's the horse to beat. I like horses that were against biases.
So 4-year-old filly has that outside post, second choice, 9-5. But the big question mark in this race is, can Sweet Anniversary, and here she is, bring that Finger Lakes form here to New York. She has been incredibly dominant. We went through the wins and the margins of victory and fields that she was supposed to beat. She was a favorite, or odds-on favorite, 3 of the 4. She got it done pretty easily.
But she was impressive and ran speed figures that would make her very tough in this race. It's easy to understand why people like her. Yeah, I want to see her do it in New York, especially as the favorite. And I'm also interested in the 2, and think the 7 is very logical here. So I'm trying to beat, but I understand why she's taking money. It'd be foolish not to. Should we talk about this pick 6 a little?
What's that?
We should discuss the pick 6.
All right, we'll get to that, the whole sequence in a moment. Here's Silent Melody quickly. Jorge Abreu, Christopher Elliott.
You look at the race that Caller Bluff has run since the race she beat her 2 lengths, and this is the race we're looking at here. I think they've both been very good and would fit extremely well in here. She stepped with a 4th place finish in the Fleet Indian and backed it up with her next race. She finished 4th, just behind Just Music in her next start, a horse for Linda Rice, who would be a favorite in this race. So I think she's faced legitimate horses, even though they were off the turf races. And I'm not sure all along that maybe this isn't a horse that would have been better suited to being on the dirt as opposed to the turf. She hasn't done badly on the turf, but I'm not sure this isn't the right surface. I think that today's day you get a price on her with the Apprentice.
Little weight break, too. 7-pound Apprentice in the iron. So that's Andy's selection with Christopher Elliott. So a pick 6 pool starts here with this race. Next race we've talked about, briefly. We feel one of the most competitive on this entire card. The 6 furlong turf sprint for non-winners at 2 Life.
You and I have very different opinions in that race, and a lot of it is how you analyze the September 20th to 5th. Now, I don't disagree with you. Miss Bourbon, who I think have on top, is a big player. I'm going towards the horses that are going to be forward in here. The 3 Tariga and the 8 Magic 8 Ball. With the rails down on the outer, I think it's possible that being inside, being forward might be helpful. I think both of them have a chance. I think they've had excuses in their races. Tariga forced the pace against reflexivity before taking back. Magic 8 Ball chased her outside. So I kind of prefer them in there, but there's a lot of horses, Greg, that can win in there.
There are. You definitely want coverage, unless, of course, you're right. And it's hard to be right because it's hard to have a strong feeling. Race 5 does seem like you can narrow things.
Yeah, I think a lot of people steal single stamp of approval. You picked her on top. I picked her second. We both feel the 4, It's Satisfactual, who we both think's race at Colonial last time is better than it looks. That 6-9 buyer. So I would lean heavily on them. But the 8 Dazzling Cruiser, dropping down for Bill Mott, should not be ignored in there. She's run against better horses in these races and not run that badly. I'm a little more against Positive Kerry than you, who's the second choice in the line.
And 6th race quickly, another wide open maiden race for horses that sold for $50,000 or less last time out at 6.5.
Yeah, you were interested in the first, Arcadian, who I don't trust. I mostly like the 7, Chris's Revenge, who I thought would improve for Brittany Russ second time out, and Western Wolf, the 1A, I thought ran very well in the debut, and picks up Javier.
And then real quick, you want to just jump to the last and give your thoughts on the 8th?
Right. We've talked a bit about the 7th, the 1, 3, and 5, or the 3 there. I like Rohan in there. I went 2-9.
15-1 morning line.
Yeah, you went 5-9.
Yeah, Landauer 6-1 morning line, second time on grass. Big upgrade to Jose Lezcano.
I don't disagree, but I thought that Jose Gomez gave the horse a fabulous ride last time, and Rohan, I think, is better than the finish suggests.
Good luck, difficult sequence. Already over $300,000 today bet into this already 2-day pick 6 carryover of $124,000. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll take a look at the 1A Chasing Daylight, the remaining part of the entry here. And so as a result, she will actually break outside of Sweet Anniversary, that Finger Lakes shipper, and I would imagine is going to be the one that's controlling the pace. Now, she is a horse that is interesting as far as her equipment is concerned. She does wear an extension blinker, her right eye fully covered, no blinker cup on the left. That's been typical of her for her last couple of races. I was not in the paddock last time, but at least 2 back when I saw her. She used to also, in addition to that, wear a Houghton bit or a cage bit. It's a ring bit today, which is a bit softer, but still, she gives all of the signs with that equipment that she's really a horse that has the propensity to get out and be a little bit of a difficult one to handle and to keep straight. It seems, though, in her last few starts that she has been able to keep a straight course, except in the last few strides, which I think was really the case in that last race where she drifted off the rail and the winner, Brown Sugar Babe, came up the inside. So just something to keep an eye on with Chasing Daylight, because she has that speed and is dangerous, but sometimes can be her own worst enemy. Now, the number 5, Malo, second off the claim for Linda Rice. I know she was really disappointing last time out. She did break out a little bit and then was kind of chasing, but I thought pretty flat late. But one thing I will say is I didn't see her last time, but comparing to what I've seen from her, is this is actually a reclaim for Linda too. With back in Linda's barn, she's put on a tremendous amount of conditioning, and with that little bit of a freshening from mid-July to today, she has really done well. The one that first caught my eye immediately walking into the paddock for a horse that sometimes does not carry the best condition and can look really drawn up with frequent racing, looking like she's thriving right now. So at a bit of a price, maybe one that could run better second time back in this barn, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. 4-5 while we sent it downstairs to Acacia. All the money coming in on Sweet Anniversary now.
Yeah, she's an overwhelming favorite, and I think we'll get some indications on this pick 6 very early. There's currently 344,000 bets. They haven't even bet 3 times the carryover, so there's positive equity right now. I'm surprised. I thought we'd be getting $500,000 or $450 to $500,000, because I think it is very playable today. Not necessarily saying it's easy, but it's playable today. You can find races to break down a little bit. You like Sweet Anniversary. You said you would lean heavily on the pick 6. I would try to beat her with the 2 and 7. I would use her as a B, but I would not make her an A. I'm going to try to beat her. I'm against her a little bit, just a little bit.
This is going to be probably the shortest price, right, in the sequence?
I'd have to think so, right? I mean, I don't think stamp of approval could possibly be odds on there. She certainly shouldn't be. So, yeah, I think she's very likely the shortest price of the sequence. Good point. She stays odds on, and we'll see if she can reproduce that Finger Lakes form here, presumably with a fair start.
Here we go. 484,000 and growing in the pick 6. And an even money favorite, Sweet Anniversary, who's been perfect at Finger Lakes, 0 for 1 on the Naira circuit, stumbling badly out of the gate, and the only chance she had this summer at Saratoga. Now another opportunity. Well, she is a short price favorite for Anthony Ferraro to begin this pick 6 carryover. Let's go to Chris Griffin to kick things off. Good luck.
Sweet Anniversary's gone in. Starry Midnight. Malo. Two to the outside, Last Glory and Nolita. Goes in. Start of the pick 6. All set. And they're off. Chasing Daylight breaks well from in between horses. Starry Midnight's in the early mix with Malo out wider. The far outside is going to be Last Glory, and Nolita's in that early group, but it is going to be Chasing Daylight, who now emerges with the front end is clear by 3/4 of a length. They get set to come out of the chute. They're chasing Daylight. Chasing Daylight is in front by a half length. To the outside, it's Malo tracking from second. 3 wide there is Last Glory. Tight hold here, Sweet Anniversary. Wants to go for Koa, is at the rail, is in behind horses. Tightly bunched here, as on the far outside, Nolita is a challenging 5th. There in 6th is Starry Midnight, lost a touch of ground, wants to move forward. Now takes the 3rd position. And the trailer, Silent Melody. Only about 3.5 lengths to cover them all. 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. Chasing Daylight is still there. Malo continues to chase from second, is within a neck of the leader. Starry Midnight is in the clear, is in 3rd. At the rail, trying to rally on. Sweet Anniversary is making hard work of it so far, is in the 4th position. Out wider, Nolita. Back there now in the 6th position. Second to last is Last Glory, and the trailer, Silent Melody. Malo is in front. It's Malo who's got the lead in a 46-4 half-mile time. Chasing Daylight is shoved along down at the rail, and they are 3 lengths clear as they reach the top of the stretch. Malo has got the lead. It's Malo and Kendra Carmouche. They're kicking on, and Malo is opening up on this field. It is Malo approaching a final furlong, is now 4-5 widening lengths in front. Malo is just opening up here in the late stages at a number. A 16th left to go. Malo is going to be geared down and start the pick 6 at a price. Malo wins it. Sweet Anniversary up for second, then Chasing Daylight and Nolita in 1 minute 37 seconds flat.
Malo, a 13-1 upset to start this big pick 6. Carry over Kendra Carmouche for Linda Rice.
I liked her last time because she beat the bias 2 races back, but she still didn't look fast enough to compete here. And it's tough to read Linda Rice's barn. If you took an optimistic viewpoint, you're alive in a pick 6 that, tell you what, could be headed for another carryover. This is not a horse that's going to take a lot of money in the pick 6, and she was a winner every step of the way. The 3 was bad, the 7 was worse, and my 2 was worse than both of them.
Sweet Anniversary just fairly slow going out of the gate and not able to be as forward as she usually is. I believe did get up for second, but never in contention here.
Yeah, she didn't do any running at all. If she was second, she was absolutely second by default if she even got up for second. Frankly, nobody did any running behind this horse.
5-3, 1A7. Just no one showed up?
She showed up. Nobody else did. They went fast early, too.
13-1. Didn't do a lot of running. first off the claim for Linda Rice. Big turnaround here. Dominates this group to get through this New York bred first allowance condition with ease and a 13-1 upset to start this big two-day pick 6 carryover that already has knocked out quite a few people likely.
Yeah. I'll tell you exactly how much was bet in this pick 6. Hang on a second. Give me two
So
seconds.
Malo, third career win, 11 career starts.
There was $410,310 bet. So there's a little bit of equity in this pick 6 with less than four times the pool being bet. Probably about $1.03 or $1.04 returned. If you use this horse and you're alive, good luck, because this horse knocked out all the small tickets and a lot of players.
5-3, 1A7. If you're already knocked out, Kendrick waving to the fans. We got a late pick 5 to look forward to. That starts in the next. Race 4. We'll be back with prices from Malo's win in race 3 next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we see Malo and Kendrick Carmouche entering the winner's circle. Happy Kendrick, and even happier Aqueduct fans cheering him back on the track as Kendrick joining me. Kendrick, you and I were just talking about how good this filly looked warming up today. Could you just kind of feel it then that she had a big one in her?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I broke away from the pony, and she just sits so good in your hands. And, you know, I let her gallop to the backside, then I slow her down and let her jog, and man, she just felt so good. I brought her right back to the pony. I said, no more warm-up. She's ready to go. Linda had this filly ready to run today, and I know she was entered last week in a shorter distance. I'm so glad Linda scratching came to this longer distance. It suits her a lot better. It made us both a winner today.
And she was in that perfect spot, kind of sitting just off the pace setter as well. How good of a feeling is that when she's able to kick away, running away from the competition?
Oh, man, going around the turn at the half a mile, I never saw Billy Mike horse coming up, and I just let her just cruise away from those horses, and she just done everything on her own. I mean, man, this this was a just sit and ride type of horse, you know. Made me look good.
You made each other look good. And as I said, you know, the fans cheering you back to the winner's circle. And you are a showman, too, for our fans here at the track, but we love to see it. How much do the fans mean to you, and how much does that energy lift you guys up out on the track?
I mean, I think it means a lot to our sport, so it's up to us to entertain those people and make those people want to bet more and love horse racing more. So that they fans, and I like to keep them happy. You know, I can't do it all the time because they get upset with me sometimes, but I'm always the person that always stay with a smile. So, you know, the sport is sports of kings. You know, I just trying to bring more people to our sport. That's what we're here for.
And they'll tell you when you didn't do well, too, but always celebrating those wins. Congratulations, Kendrick. Well said.
Thank you, Acacia. Louisiana, baby. Right back at it.
In the house, as always, Kendrick Carmouche. Always a great interview. Always great to see him do well. And gets a win here for Linda Rice. Second off the claim to kick off this pick 6. And maybe not the most popular win for a lot of people playing today because many didn't have this one.
I really gave this horse a long look because she had one against the bias 2 back, and then something must have gone wrong. But she's still, even if you give her those excuses, she's a little tough to make. And she ran today, but maybe part of it was that nobody else did any running.
Good news, we got a late pick 5 ahead. 6 furlongs, outer turf, sprinting here, 40,000 claim, all up for that price tag here. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime. And it's Miss Bourbon, one of a couple in here for Tom Morley. Dylan Davis, the favorite at 5-2.
Yeah, I don't know why there's such a big discrepancy between her and the other Morley horse inside of her, who at least she was sort of trying to win last time. I'm saying Miss Bourbon didn't try to win the race, but her running style gave her second to an overwhelming favorite, whereas Magic 8 Ball really went after her. I think she'll be more forward today, and I actually prefer Magic 8 Ball of the 2, though I understand why people like the 9, and I know you do.
18 minutes away from this race. We'll talk more about it when we come back. 8 days away from Breeders' Cup Friday. Championship weekend out at Del Mar on the horizon. Andy Serling will be there. We'll have a preview of a few of those big races to come. Still ahead on the show. Stay with us.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Introducing Giftbox, winner of the Grade 1 Santa Anita Handicap. He's a 3-time graded stakes winning millionaire with 4 triple-digit buyers and a 4 Ragazin to his name. He proved himself early as a graded stakes place 2-year-old, and now his career as a stallion is just getting started. From the first crop of the leading sire Twirling Candy out of a multiple graded stakes producing mare. Giftbox, only at Lane's End.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 8 days from championship weekend out at Del Mar. And there's the Breeders' Cup Friday. Schedule begins with a juvenile turf sprint. And still is really the stars of tomorrow.
It is. You know, I'm just starting to take a look at these races and sort of get the information together. Long way to go. The pre-entries are out. I believe they draw on Monday, Greg.
Okay.
So you get a little work done on those pre-entries, get some work through, and then you sort of put it together when they draw the post positions, which can be important in some of these races, especially these 2-year-old turf races where an outside post could be very, very negative.
Well, in terms of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, at least there was a fairly good amount of ground in that run up to that first turn. Chancellor McPatrick, he comes in undefeated for Chad Brown and Flanagan Racing, including that Grade 1 win in the Champagne.
Obviously, you hope for an inside post, though you're right. With the longest run, he's going to drop back and probably find good position. And there does appear to be a lot of speed looking at first glance. He's been very, very good, but you do have to worry about horses that are able to come from way behind in one-turn races where they get faster paces when they go to 2 turns, because the paces are rarely as fast. Now, when Essential Quality did it, he also had won going 2 turns, but also he got a very fast pace at Keeneland a few years ago. There should be pace in this race, and this horse is relentless. I mean, he won going 6.5 first time in a race he had no business winning. He is obviously very good, but he's a very different horse than the other horse going to take a lot of money in here, East Side.
And he's first 2 starts of his career, really, he overcame a lot of adversity to win.
No, he's been good. And, you know, these deep closers, they capture people's attention, and for good reason. He's been very, very good. And I prefer him to East Avenue because East Avenue had so much his own way last time, and I think he's going to have to deal with more speed here. But I don't discount East Avenue. I don't discount Jonathan's Way, who I think is pretty quick. I think the California horses, home field advantage or not, are going to have to get faster.
It appears that way going in, but still lightly raced horses who can
Bob Baffert's pretty good.
Improve by leaps and bounds, especially, from that barn, who's been pretty good in his career. Meanwhile, Saturday schedule. Classic, again, because of football. Not going to close things out. Happens at 5:41 Eastern time, and then there's still a lot to go on that program.
The good news is, I'm sorry to say, that Belmont will be open soon, and maybe by 27 we'll be right back in the frequent rotation, and they won't have to run the Classic as the middle of the card. I don't care. Do you really care that much?
I'm okay with it.
I'm fine with it, you know. I'm good.
Fierceness finally answered the question of putting together back-to-back victories, although, again, he got things the way he wanted with cozy outside posts in the Jim Dandy and the Travers.
He's a very hard horse for me to have a strong opinion on. First of all, without seeing the draw, without putting together how the pace looks, there has never been any doubt since his Breeders' Cup race that when things go his way, man, he is good and better than good and maybe the best horse in the country. But I have lingering doubts that if things don't go perfectly for him, he doesn't get a moderate pace, a good stalking position, he's not as efficient. Nothing has led me to believe any different, and I'm going to sort of approach this with a jaundiced eye, while understanding his good race is very good. But I think that there's some good horses in here as well, and particularly Forever Young coming over from Japan.
But also encouraging, too, to see all the things we've talked about that he did prove. He also proved he ran the best race of his career at 1.25 miles as well.
Oh, distance not a problem for this guy. The problem, and maybe nothing's a problem anymore. Maybe he'll draw it towards the inside. There'll be a lot of speed. He'll take a lot of dirt. He'll come out and he'll end up winning as the best horse, and I'll lose my money. But he has not shown me yet to be able to do that. And I think considering how poorly he's run on a couple of occasions when things haven't gone perfectly for him, that I think there has to be concern.
It's race 8, 2:41 Pacific start time, Breeders' Cup Classic on Championship Saturday.
I'll be in constant contact with you. I just want you to know that I will not be here, but I'll be.
I look forward to that
with my friend Greg.
It's exciting.
It is.
So is what's going to happen that evening, next Saturday night, or this Saturday night, I should say, at the Meadowlands for the Breeders' Crown Finals. And we'll see if there were a lot of big upsets in the eliminations. We'll see if we get back to more formful evening for a night that goes a long way to determining championships.
And there will be a lot of buzz in the Meadowlands, not only the big event, but apparently Acacia will be heading out there.
Live on-site coverage, yes, with our team that is highlighted by Acacia Clement. And you, of course, were on Acacia for those eliminations. We'll see what happens on Saturday, but it's going to be a fantastic night of racing.
It is, both Friday and Saturday, much as you're talking about for the Breeders' Cup, the Breeders' Crown in harness racing, the biggest weekend where a lot of those championships will be decided, particularly for the 2-year-olds, which is really wide open. But Saturday night, we will have the opportunity to see some of the big names in the sport of harness racing, including the open mare pace with Twin B Joe Fresh, who has been ranked the #1 standardbred horse this year for quite some time. And she was defeated in that elimination by Grace Hill. They'll get a chance to rematch, but she was drawn to the far outside in that elimination. Drew post 5 going to the final this weekend, and hopefully we'll get a little bit of a better trip. Her trainer saying she's ready. She's going to be ready in here. So excited to see what she can do, and excited to head out to the Meadowlands on Friday and Saturday. As we'll take a look at horses in the paddock here for race 4, sprinting on the turf in the claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. And we'll take a look at the 2 Tom Morley runners, starting off with the 9 Miss Bourbon, who has been taking all that early money, and she has really found new life since switching to the turf, coming back at the end of 2024. And it seems that turf is definitely her best surface, and I was impressed by the fact that she was able to come from off of it, whereas Reflexivity was a horse that has just been in really good form right now and being forwardly placed as well. She was second best in that spot, but I thought she's put forth 2 good races since that surface switch. Very relaxed in the paddock yet again. Looks like she's holding herself well, and certainly a logical player. But her stablemate, the #8 Magic 8 Ball, as Andy was touching on, did try to take it to the leaders from an outside post last time out as well. And she is one that does wear that hood. She can be a little bit hard to handle prior to her races. She's been very relaxed here in the paddock, keeping away from the rest of the field, and it seems that they figured out the things to keep her calm as she will head out first away from this group. But I think since cutting back in distance, that was her first time sprinting in a while, and she does have some dirtied up form. I would certainly be willing to say that this is just maybe where she belongs, and would imagine she will be aggressive again. Now the 3 Tariga comes out of that same race, and this is one that will make a start in this claiming company for just the second time for Kevin Bond. She's one that sometimes is just really difficult at the gate. She loads without the rider. She can be a little bit hard to handle throughout, so she is forward. She's sharp. I'll keep my eyes on her in the warm-up, but I thought that she looked terrific here in the paddock, Greg.
Magic 8 Ball started things off for Tom Morley, post 8. And we'll try and be forward in here. Here's the 1, Dusk.
I think Dusk is a little bit interesting because her race off the layoff 2 back gives her a chance, and it feels like something went wrong last time.
Evie does it for Gregory Sacco.
I know you like her, and her race 2 back's good enough. She's not a winning type, but she's probably a little bit of a decent price.
Tariga for Kevin Bond.
I think she has a chance to wire him the inside. She showed a lot of speed last time.
This one was forward going longer, Princess Gladys last start.
She would probably guarantee a double carryover or close to it.
Just Heart has Kendra Carmouche looking to go back-to-back.
She has improved. Nothing wrong with her last 2 races.
My Cara Mia Mine, another one's going to cut back in distance.
She will also help, probably guarantee a triple carryover.
Valentine Gift, Bobby Robato.
I always want to make her. I'm just kind of giving up finally.
And here's the other Tom Morley, Miss Bourbon, coming off a second behind Reflexivity, who would put together back-to-back wins.
I prefer Magic 8 Ball, but I can see her merits. I think 5-2 is a bit short, though.
So 6 minutes away, late pick 5 pool, up and over $100,000. Want to remind everyone, $40 Friday feeder contest. Low-cost way to earn your entry into the $300 Saturday contest. Registration closes before Belmont of the Big A's 3rd race. Post time on Friday. Go to NYRABets.com/contests to get involved. Good luck, everyone. Can you see us? Not really.
I can't.
You see my hand?
Okay. I can't see with the shadows.
There's Andy.
Mitch Levitis can see it, but he sees dead people.
5-2 favorite. So here's Miss Bourbon. The 2 Morley runners with the 2 outside posts, and this one again will be coming from a little more off the pace than likely Magic 8 Ball.
Yeah, with the rails down, I'm concerned that making up a lot of ground is going to be as easy as it's been recently. But also, I thought she ran fine last time, and probably better than Just Heart, who saved ground before angling out. I just like the fact that Magic 8 Ball, who finished just a length and a quarter behind her, she made a wide run, and she was trying to lead her. This horse was picking up second behind a heavily favored horse that wired the field, and I thought Magic 8 Ball may have done more running in the race, so I like her at a better price, but I understand the merits of this horse, obviously.
So 5-2 favorite. She will be, you expect, making that late presence felt in here. Dylan Davis taking over for Pratt. And here's the stablemate, who was more forward but backed up in the stretch last start after trying to take it to the field early.
That's what I was just saying, and I think she may be the more. For me, I prefer horses that ran a race where they're all trying to win, but their running style may have hurt their chances because she was aggressive against the heavy favorite who was speed. So I like her chances. I've always had a bit of a thing for this horse too.
So 6-1, Magic 8 Ball. In her second try, sprinting on the grass. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And we'll start to the inside here, trackside with the 1 Dusk. As it's interesting, she's a generous price, and I know has some questionable form, but she is dropping to this level for the first time. So I always think that is something to pay attention to, especially with these horses that have maybe been at this level for a little while, kind of knocking on the door or have had some excuses. And I thought last time out, this horse, you can even see it in the short comment, did veer pretty significantly at the start, but she didn't accelerate after that either. And then prior to that, running on the dirt, which she doesn't prefer, and then just running against tougher competition in that New York bred allowance company. So the drop in class, I think, does help for Dusk, and she's best when she can be showing that tactical speed, which I would imagine she will do from the inside, as we've talked about with Ricardo Santana, who knows her well, very good about getting a forward position. She's also such a small and handy type of frame to her as well, that I think that she has kind of a short burst too. So I expect a stronger performance from her this afternoon. The number 5, Just Heart, ran in that reflexivity race that we've been talking about quite a bit. And she was another one that was coming from off of it pretty far back after breaking in and hitting the gate that day and then rallying to the outside. Did not even do the post parade. Went right off for a big warm-up with Kendrick Carmouche. He's looking for his own rolling double here. And I think even despite that warm-up, you certainly can't change a horse's running style. I would imagine he's going to try to get some position with her. Her biggest Achilles heel, though, and she looks great coming in once again, is that she does come from very far off of it. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Wow, public really starting to settle on Miss Bourbon here. 2-1 from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they have to go to someone as the favorite, and she may have been favored in the morning line. I usually assume David managed to get the favorite correct. I'll take a look. It's not an easy race. She was the 7-2 lukewarm favorite over the 8, who they had at 4-1, and he saw them at similar prices. The 5 was 9-2 on the line, and the 2 is the other one that's a bigger price. The morning line are at 4, and she's 7. But these are hard races to read.
Oh yeah, back to Evie does it. So that 2 coming in from New Jersey, and if you go 2 starts back, that was sprinting 5.5 furlongs against a 4-5 favorite. Started to make that late rally and start moving down the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always concerned when we have a day like today where the rails have gone down to 0. We've been at 0 before this meet, and I don't know. Sometimes you go to 0, the inside paths, and often in that case speed, become a big advantage. But we've also seen times the rails gone down to 0 on both courses this meet where we haven't had a bias. So I don't know what to do. And because the rails were down, and I mean, I wouldn't bet the Tariga at 3-1. I think she can win, and I'm much for the 8 and now 7-1. I wanted horses forward, and I think both of these horses should be forward here. I'm playing this race for the pace to pretty much hold together.
We thought this was going to be one of the separator races. It turns out we've already had a separator race to kick it off with Malo.
9-5 on the 9?
That is a lot of money. Wow.
Boy, the 3 and 9 are being bet in here like they're the 2. You know what I mean? And maybe that's the case, but I'm not sure.
We're going to find out in about 1:08 and 4.
The time? No, I'm going to say that, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I'd say 8 and 2, but somewhere in that range. Turf should be pretty firm right now. So, yeah, maybe. I mean, I won't be. Yeah, they're probably not good enough to break 108. That's a good call.
Now we'll see shortly.
I'd be under, but very slightly under. We'll see.
Gosh. Whatever you think about this race, and we thought it was wide open, I don't think either of us thought we'd see anyone 9-5 in here.
No, I don't know how you look at the 9 and think she's worth 9-5. I just think she's too short a price. Not to say she can't win, because she can win. And I just think that the two horses, much like the morning line, I think they're much closer. I think they're closer than, as the morning line suggests, than they are on the current line. But sometimes when they bet horses surprisingly heavily, they run well. Trying to remember if Javier Castellano, if this is the first time back for him. I feel like, no, he rode here last week. I'm almost sure of it.
Okay.
A little brain dead.
There's the stablemate to the favorite. Again, forward last out, did back up at the stretch. That was cutting back, sprinting, but chasing, pretty good one too. We'll see if can get an easier pace. Who else projects to be forward in this race?
I just think the 3 and 8 are supposed to separate themselves from the others in here. I think they're faster than these horses early. The 3 was pushing reflexivity last time. I guess Dusk probably sits third. Ricardo's usually pretty aggressive, and she has some speed, so maybe she'll be sitting third inside of them, and we'll see. And if one of the 3 or 8 isn't as aggressive, the other one will take the lead.
Leg 2. This pick 6 carryover, late pick 5 begins here. Already a 13-1 start in this 2-day pick 6 carryover. In a race we thought would be much more wide open than the board reflects. Public settling in on Miss Bourbon as the heavy 9-5 favorite here.
The 2 and 3 is 2-1.
Wow.
While I thought the 3 was very dangerous here, I never saw this price. And the public is basically saying it's a 2-horse race between these two. And I could not disagree more. I think this is a wide open race. Both are very live, but I think it's a more open race than that.
There's Princess Gladys. Jose Lescano stepping in. We send it upstairs. Start of this late pick 5 on our Thursday card. Chris Griffin the call.
Two out. Magic 8 ball. Miss Bourbon. Miss Bourbon goes in. All set. And they're off. Good speed towards the outside from Valentine Gift and Magic 8 Ball, but there's Tariga. Now Tariga secures the front, is up by a neck. Under pressure is Magic 8 Ball is to the outside of Valentine Gift, and 4 wide will be Miss Bourbon. These are the front 4. At the rail, Dusk is moving on through for Centena Jr. Then in the 6th position, that's Just Heart. Just moved by. Evie Does It is second to last. Is going to be Princess Gladys, and the trailer, My Cara Mia Mine. They're set to move into the far turn, 22.54 for the opening quarter mile. Tariga is in front, is up by a full length. Here comes the move from Miss Bourbon, who's on the move for Dylan Davis, 3 wide, is ranging up to the outside here of Magic 8 Ball in between horses. Just Heart is just behind them in 4th. At the rail, Dusk is looking for room. Then Evie Does It, far back to the rest. They reach the top of the lane. Tariga's there. It's Tariga who's in front. Miss Bourbon with every shot to run her down up on the outside. And here comes the run from Miss Bourbon. Tariga's got plenty, though. It's Tariga who's back up by 2. Dusk emerges down towards the inside. Just Heart is trying to rally on. Evie Does It from the back, but a 16th left to go. Tariga is just 4 in front and well clear. It's all Tariga to win it. Tariga wins it. Evie Does It up for 2nd. Then came Dusk and a late rally from Valentine Gift in 1 minute 11.36 seconds.
Tariga, Kevin Bond, Javier Castellano takes the 4th to start off the late pick 5. A lot of separation between 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and, the 1 was sucking up the rail. The 3 drifted in the stretch, was on the rail a long way before that. The number 2 ended up getting 2nd, was on the rail until the stretch and angled out. And the way Miss Bourbon just completely fell apart chasing outside, even though she may have been overbet, makes me think that saving ground with the rails down right now on the outer turf might be a real advantage. So something to keep in mind. But this horse did drift in the stretch, and they were right to bet her a lot, and she ran to it. Little 3-2-1.
Long way back, obviously, the 2nd, but that was a big late burst for Evie Does It to get up for 2nd. 3-2-1-7. No doubt about your winner. Not quite as quick as we thought it was going to be run.
Wow.
1-11-1.
Wow. That's like yielding turf time. Okay. That's almost too slow to be believed, right?
Wow.
Right?
That is incredibly slow.
Came home and almost, wow. Maybe this course is, and it's been so warm. It's not like the course should be dead this time of year, but that is crazy slow. I lost on my under on 8 4/5. My worst final time predictions ever.
Tauriga at 2-1 as the second choice on the board with the win. Kevin Bond with the victory in the familiar silks of his family.
Yep, gets it done. I think that's his second career win. And Javier Castellano, good to see him back in the winner's circle. I don't know if it's his first win. I'm sorry, his second at Naira. He's got wins probably at Finger Lakes, right? Gotta be. It's his fifth career win.
3-2. Thank you. 1-7, Tauriga the victory.
Olympiad leads American Revolution. Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 as we are through the first 4 on the card. Our late pick 5 underway with Tauriga. Javier Castellano aboard for the win. Slight second choice in our second leg of the pick 6. It started with a 13-1 shot. Let's go downstairs to Acacia Clement.
I'm very happy to be joined by winning rider Javier Castellano. Great to see you back in the saddle, Javier, after being sidelined with an injury. First of all, how are you feeling? I know, as you were saying, it takes a lot of work to get back and get back to riding and being in that top form.
Absolutely, Acacia. Thank you very much. Thank God. Give me opportunity to regroup again and come back to in good form. I've been working some horses the last 3 weeks, try to get ready. The first week I work, I didn't feel right. I didn't feel 100%. I'm backing up a little bit, doing my therapy, focus where I need to fix it. And now I feel 100% great. I'm feeling good. I miss this game so much. And thank you for everyone to give me opportunity to ride the horses and be patient with me and I appreciate everything, all the opportunities.
And for a rider, as Richie Migliore always says, it's not a matter of if you'll get hurt, it's a matter of when. So I know you're no stranger to the ups and downs of the games, but how big a deal is it mentally for a rider to get that win right when you start back?
It's really tough because no matter what, this game is about mentally too as well. It's about physical, but you got to put mentally. You got to be patient. You got to be confident in yourself, and you got to be great preparation for those 2 minute race. To go to frustration, to try to show the people you 100%, everything is in the right place, in the right time, the best opportunity. And when you get the opportunity to, you have to do delivery, and you have to do 100%. It's good to win the first day, come back, feel great, and feel, it's a great emotional feeling.
And we love to watch it as well. And with Suriga, horse you know quite well, too. Game on the front end this afternoon.
Yeah, he broke water. The game dictate my pace in the right way. Not overdo it, feel letting comfortable in the lead. Gallop it long, and when I asked it, he responded so well. And I feel great, the horse feel great. It's a beautiful thing.
It certainly is. Congratulations, Javier. Great to see you back.
Thanks a lot, Cash.
Greg?
Javier Castellano, a man of many lives, making yet another comeback. A man who at one point in his stellar career put together 4 consecutive Eclipse Award seasons.
Oh, I mean, Javier's obviously had a tremendous career and continues to ride well, and also a friend and a good guy, and it's nice to see him back. Obviously, as you say, these accidents are going to happen sometimes, and we're just glad he's back, and also glad that he thought he was going to come back a few weeks ago, and when he started riding in the mornings, he just knew he wasn't right, and instead of rushing it, he took his time to come back when he was in good form, and great to see him back. And I'll tell you something else. I know that that's a 640 horse. That double paid $146 for $2, so paid like that horse was closer to $9 to $10. This Pick 6 is well on its way to paying a lot of money, and a hiccup here and a hiccup there, 1.5 hiccups, and we'll have a massive carryover tomorrow.
And whoever, just being alive to that point with those two, as you said, to those numbers, you probably have remaining tickets have very little coverage left.
Yeah, I mean, we'd have a carryover around 350,000, which was the biggest carryover I remember in quite a while. And I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's a tough sequence. And I'll tell you something, Stamp of Approval, who's obviously not going to be the 7-1, sort of foolishly opened up right now, is going to be a strong favorite in here. Stamp of Approval loses, and that even opens it up even more.
Yeah, actually 2-1 right now on Stamp of Approval. That number's going to change.
What's going on with that board, right? Yes.
Stamp of Approval for Chad Brown should be forward on the lead with the man who just won the last. Javier Castellano will be aboard. Another one with a big chance in the next race. This trainer, Cherie DeVoe, has had a monster year already and looking for a big week to come and a big week in a Breeders' Cup as well.
Down, down, get in, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
1,005,000 and $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
To believe. 8 main 2, get an anchor out. 250. 8 down to get in 250. Down to get in 50. Guess not. Here to get down to get in 50. Here and one. Here to get down to get down. They know down. Put it very good twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. 2 main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. 2 main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. In the back. $1,900,000. Thank you. $1,700,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So I was born in Saratoga. Everyone wants to say you're from New York. I don't claim that. I like to say my formidable years were spent in Southwest Florida. My dad was a harness trainer, so I grew up in the harness racing industry. I used to be involved in bodybuilding and competing, and I got into thoroughbreds kind of by happenstance. I just needed a job and got a job as a hot walker, and then I thought I can ride them. So I wanted to be an exercise rider, so I started galloping at a farm. I got my first job for Chuck Simon, whose full circle first job was for my father on the harness track. He took me under his wing and gave me guidance and direction and really gave me the foundation. And when I outgrew the job, that's when I started working for Chad, and I worked for him for 8 years. Lady Eli and the situation she went through with the laminitis was something that was a really profound experience in my life. You just had to be patient and listen to her. I'd have to say that's one of the most special bonds I've had with a horse that I've worked with. My main takeaway from working with Chad was just a really big bank of knowledge to pursue the career that I have now. There's never going to be an opportune moment to say, this is when I'm going to go out on my own. And the one thing when I worked for Chad, that was my life, and I was happy to make it so, but really my personal life is what drove the change. I'd met my husband. My last day was on a Sunday. We got married on a Friday. And then I had announced that I was starting my business the same week. So there was a lot of change. Success did not come easy, and it took us quite a bit of time to gain traction. I started in 2018, and we got a little bit going, and then COVID hit. So it was 11 months. We had gotten really close a couple times, but that'll definitely test your character. The first graded stakes win was a filly named Gam's Mission. And then the first grade 1 that we won with She Feels Pretty, I had went to Churchill to saddle a horse, and I was sitting by myself with my earbuds and watching my iPad.
But She Feels Pretty careering away in the Johnny Wagner Dalma Stakes. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
But when she ranged up and went on by everyone, I just had to say, I just won my grade 1. I just won my first grade 1, and just didn't quite know what to do with myself. I can say that I'm really proud of how things have grown. I just don't have it in me to say, well, I'm successful, because I just still feel like there's so much more to do and so much I would like to achieve, but also trying to really enjoy where we're at now.
Back with you, and there is Cherie DeVoe's contender coming up in the 5th race. It's Satisfactual, who is at 5-1 right now, coming off a big performance at Colonial, 3-year-old filly. We'll have Jose Lescano aboard. We have some company on the desk. Acacia Clement joining us, and Cherie DeVoe looking forward to, hopefully, very successful Breeders' Cup as well.
Absolutely. Has Vava waiting, and a horse that has been very good, very, very talented, and it's been a lot of fun following Cherie, and she's had a great deal of success recently too, and plenty of horses that look like they're coming in strong to those big races, and has been very, very active at the sales recently as well, stocking up for future years.
And I like to think She Feels Pretty probably heading the matriarch her next start, where she'll be very dangerous. She's a very, very, very talented horse, and for my money, More Than Looks is going to be a major player in this Breeders' Cup Turf Mile if he can draw a decent post for once in his career, because he should get some pace, and I think he ran the best race of anybody at Keeneland last time.
You know, back to Vava too in that filly and mare sprint earlier this year. She was probably the one to beat in the leader of this division for a while.
No question, but I think you have to look at her with a little bit of a jaundiced eye. She wasn't impressive when she won the winning colors 2 back, and she was bad last time. Now, maybe being towards the inside worked against her a little bit, but I worry a little bit that she's not as good as she was at her peak.
And I think it's a really important question to ask because sometimes you do kind of see that with horses that they tail off towards the second half of the year. And I think that that's a legitimate question to ask. And it looks like on paper, they all probably have to get around the likes of Ways and Means. But if Bava is able to round back into some of those big races that we saw from her, she is a contender because, as Greg mentioned at the start of the year, she seemed to be so dominant.
No,
so you two both want to crown her, huh? Ways and Means?
No, I don't. Not saying that at all. I've always been a fan of Ava. I just worry that her best races are behind her. And I tell you, Society ran very well in the ballerina. She rated in there and won impressively. And while I've never really liked her, I think you have to move her up off that last race. And I don't think that Scylla's impossible. I hope that Ways and Means wins the race. I'm rooting for her, but by no means is it going to be easy for her.
Look forward to it. Hard to believe that it is right around the corner. This guy's going to be there.
I am.
I'm
So is she.
Oh, you're going to be there as well. Okay, I'm sorry.
She's following me.
I am. I can't get enough of them.
Are you sitting relatively close to each other?
I'm going to be with her all weekend. We're spending the entire
dinner dates,
the
whole
weekend.
This the lineup.
I don't know. You know,
for Saturday.
Cherie DeVoe is kind of my Del Mar pal. When I went there one other time, she was out there when she was still working for Chad Brown, and we spent a lot of time together. We had a lot of fun together.
Yeah, but she's big time now.
It was her birthday. We celebrated her birthday together. She is. She is much bigger than me now in the game, for sure. I just hope she throws me a few crumbs.
That filly and mare sprint kicking things off on Saturday, by the way, as we get back to this 5th race coming up. Starts the late pick 4. So mile to 16th on the turf, $75,000 maiden claiming race. And it seems like as we go downstairs to Maggie, the race, Maggie potentially runs through this filly for Chad Brown, stamp of approval.
Right, and she does have to get over a little bit of a layoff. We haven't seen her around these parts since June, but all things look good. She looks very fit here. She looks much the same as when I saw her last. If anything, her coat's a little longer, but it's still very rich, hydrated, healthy, has that great shine to her. And I think she just fits very favorably with this group here for Chad Brown. Now, I will admit, though, and I wasn't totally excited about her getting to the turf. She really doesn't scream turf physically. But and it was a turf sprint, so who knows? But as Andy has pointed out, we'll see. Oh, this is on the inner turf course. We'll see if her speed poses a real, kind of dominance over this field. Moving on to number 4, It's Satisfactual is taking money here for Cherie DeVoe, and I liked her last effort. She was 3 wide, well, hard held throughout there, and she ran on well just to be second best that day. I just wish I liked her more here in the paddock. Just kind of has that dull winter drab coat to her, and to be fair, she's been up in Saratoga, and that's a lot of horses that are stabled up there. This is just how they look. But overall, matching her up against the favorite in here, I just feel like the favorite looks stronger, and despite coming off more of a layoff, actually looks more ready than she does, just a bit more developed overall. And I know I'm saying that with a horse that has run 5 times. And then we'll jump to the outside with the least experienced of this grouping with number 10, Princess Buttercup. She comes out of that same race with It's Satisfactual. She did not do much running, just kind of very evenly, and that was 9 furlongs. I see why Christophe Clement entered her in a long race first time out, because that's exactly what she looks like she wants to do. She's very long, even, has a lot of length and kind of scope to her frame. But I feel like I'm willing to forgive her for that first race. Maybe she is just a slow, plodding type, but she really makes a great impression here. She looks really well defined and very much ready for that debut, or for the second start, I should say, New York debut. As she is accompanied here with the pony, but is really calm and really focused. So I'd be willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. Greg.
Maggie, thanks. 9 minutes away from this 5th coming up. So 2-1 favorite. Chad Brown, stamp of approval. Second time on the grass, drop in class. And the chance to get that maiden score coming up today. 2-1 behind Dancing Dean, who we saw stretch out going longer and maybe has found a future going a mile and 3/8.
I don't know about that, but she seems to have a future whatever she does. She's one of a couple wins for the Mott Barn, and she certainly was good. I don't have a knock on her Acacia? She seems just logically the horse to beat.
She does, absolutely. She has speed. She actually ran okay on the dirt, and then certainly improved her figure significantly when switching to the turf. And she just got run down by a horse that, as we were just discussing, is pretty good and has plenty of ability as well. A Salvadorena, who we saw even running well in Saratoga too, and with the drop in class, she's just logical.
Yeah, she is. I want to point out, this is the only inner turf course race. We had moved a couple days ago, the last race from the inner. It was originally scheduled at the outer. And with the rails at 35 feet, we run about distances. They're considered about distances. And keep in mind, the times may appear a little funky, so don't get too caught up in the fractions and the times.
Here's Pay the Bills to kick things off, moving away from Chad Brown, just claimed.
Well, over the last 5 years, maidens and turf routes claimed from Chad Brown are 0 for 16. Probably be 0 for 17 after this one.
First in for attack for Sunday Tiff.
Dropping class and blinkers on. She has faced some good horses recently, including Virginia Oaks Dead Heat winner Deep Satin.
Here's the one who's faced the best company of anyone, Positive Carey.
Yeah, but she is a hanger, and she's another horse claimed off Chad Brown's a maiden. Linda Rice looking for just her second win.
Cherie DeVos, it's satisfactual.
Makes a lot of sense coming in that second place finish.
Favorite for Chad Brown here.
She's the horse to beat.
Mystical Powers, Gregory Sacco, first timer.
A $400,000 yearling who debuts for $75,000. The dam, actually the sister to Pioneer of the Nile.
Prom Date Bonnie, Ray Handel.
She's found a race with some speed, but I wonder if they're more aggressive in here than they were last time. A long shot throw-in.
Money taking here for Dazzling Cruiser.
Yeah, and she actually has shown some ability, I think, in both her races where she's faced good company. Drop in class should help.
Z-Train with Kinder Carmouche.
I had some trouble last time, or I should say ran okay last time, but that was against much cheaper.
And drop in class for the Clement runner, start number 2, Princess Buttercup.
And she gets a little bit less ground as well. As Maggie mentioned, she is a long and lanky type filly, and she is one that can be a little bit high energy before her races, but she has mentally matured quite a bit.
Here's the Cherie DeVos runner with Jose Lezcano. So it's satisfactual coming out of that Colonial race. That maiden special weight, second beat a length that day.
I thought she ran well in here. It's a race that has proven to be better than it may look. The winner ran 7 Beyer points better in her next start. Third horse, 8 Beyer points better. Just feels like a race that probably was a little bit better than 69 suggests. And I know, Greg, you look at the thoroughgraphs, and thoroughgraphs may have this horse the horse to beat. And that's one of the
race of anyone in the field.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons she's a much shorter price than the morning line.
Yeah, she makes sense, too. She's also getting a drop in class. And want to point out, too, you see those optional claiming races early on in her career. She's a Florida bred, so in those races, you don't have to run for a tag. So this is her first time running for a claiming tag.
But how aggressive do you expect Javier Castellano to be next door on stamp of approval, and how big a lead do you expect her to have?
I guess it depends how aggressive Eric is from the inside. Eric can't sell and pay the bills. If she doesn't go, Javier is going to be in front and in a good position to win his second straight race. But keep in mind, this race is on the inner, not the outer turf course. So the lead is not necessarily an advantage the way it may be on the outer.
And that's a good point, too. I think that stamp of approval is a bit quicker early, and that early speed. And Javier Castellano, as we just saw in the last race, he has a different turf course, but a rider who's going to take advantage of one with natural early speed like that.
Meanwhile, here's Dazzling Cruiser. So Bill Mott, third-time starter with Junior Alvarado, was third against Beats at a huge number first time out. And then what happened next start?
Well, she didn't run as well, but to be fair, she was chasing outside in that race, and it was a funny race because there were almost 2 races taking place. There was a race between Catalyzed and She's So Pretty. They were sitting 2-1, and Catalyzed ran it out at the end. Catalyzed won here the other day. And Vina Arana, who came from dead last and made this crazy big run around the field. Now, she was a group-placed horse coming in from Europe for Jack Sisterson. It was 2-1. But nobody else, Acacia, gained any ground. So the fact this horse sort of spun her wheels wide is no surprise. But I will say, Bill Mott's numbers, maiden special weight to maiden claimer and turf routes at Naira, he's just 1 for 14 over the last 5 years.
That is a big stat. She's a horse that I thought was kind of one of the big players in here.
She is.
Given the fact, I didn't think she looked very comfortable last time out in the position where she was. So hopefully with a better trip in here, I thought she ran on pretty well behind her stablemate Beats first time out.
She might be the horse to beat off her first race.
Yes, I think she is actually, yeah. Can I give a quick mention to the 7 Prom Date Bonnie?
No, you'll have to go. Sorry.
No?
You can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
I think she's interesting.
I think she's intriguing. I actually picked her last time off a layoff, and she's dropping in class. I thought yeah, I know. It was one of my better opinions, really. I did not think that she looked 100% fit, but she was one that I just really thought was going to outrun her odds. She did not. But now she's second off the layoff and dropping in class, and I would expect she's going to be forward with Romero.
I used her with the 4, and wasn't she a bit of a tip horse off workouts in Saratoga?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
31-1 right now. Second biggest price, third biggest price on the board, I should say. Let's go back down to Maggie.
And let's get back to the 8 in here. That is Dazzling Cruiser. Oh, that stat gave me a little bit of a tummy ache. But I am going to pick her here, as last time in Saratoga, she just seemed really distracted in the paddock. She was screaming, and that day, Vina Arana just looked like so much the horse to beat on paper, going back and watching her European form and in the paddock, and watching her workouts leading up to that race for Jack Sisterson. So I just get the feeling that that race, you know, obviously the dynamics, as Andy mentioned, could have played against her, and 2, it feels as though it may have been a stronger race than what the figure may, you know, indicate. She is just so much more focused, so much more relaxed today, and I like her as a physical. So I'm going to give Dazzling Cruiser another shot here, as we'll move on to a horse who is moving away from Chad Brown, and that's number 3, Positive Carry. They dipped in for $75,000 for this horse, who has been the beaten favorite 6 times in her 8-race career. Now, I liked Ori that day, and she was able to wire the field, so, you know, I'm okay with her getting beaten by Ori, but again, she just feels as though she lacks that killer instinct, and maybe it's because she is a bit more of a smaller physical. She's just not that dominant in her disposition and in the way that she's put together. So she'll have to beat me today. Look, she's 6-1. That's a decent price on a horse who has run races that do make her competitive here. Now, number 2, Sunday Tiff, honestly, was the best looking horse in the paddock, just dappled head to toe, really solid, really strong. She underwhelmed me a little bit on the racetrack. I thought she could have a little bit more energy out there, but look, she's 14-1, as she does apply a pair of shortcut cheater blinkers today, Greg.
Maggie, thank you. Minute away. 5th race here coming up. So there's Sunday Tiff, blinkers on with Dylan Davis. And even money, stamp of approval. You know, back to Positive Carry for a moment. There's no question she's faced the best company. She's run the best against that company as well, but claimed off of Chad Brown. He couldn't get her to win.
She's also probably burned the most money in the field.
Probably.
You know, she's faced, she was second to a
no contender for that title.
With that barn, though, do you really, I mean, is that a bit, Chad Brown's always going to be a favorite.
They're supposed to win for Chad, and every loss is a knock on her. Linda Rice, off the last 5 years, is 1 for 30 off the claim with turf routers. Chad Brown, Maiden's claim from Chad Brown, as I said, 0 for 16 in turf routes over the last 5 years. So you look at those stats together, and you're talking about a horse that's overcoming a lot. And frankly, I just think she's a phony baloney horse to begin with, so I want no part of her.
5-1. Meanwhile, the one who's still with Chad Brown, this one here, who we expect to be leading the way with Javier Castellano, and you know, weakened a little bit late at a mile last start. Now going to try and get a mile on 16th.
She is, but it's a drop in class, and we talked about the company that she faced. I have no problem with her being the favorite. She's too short a price for me in this field, where I feel like you have some other intriguing prospects.
We're getting to a place where it's like somebody says, this is the horse to beat, so no price is too low. But it's just not true, and she's fine in here, and you know, we'll see if she's able to clear and control in the front end. It helps her, but she's got to get a mile and a 16th. She fell apart a little bit last time, better horse or not. But keep in mind, La Salvadana, who finished ahead of her, she's a turf sprinter. So the fact that she out-finished her in there, good trip or not, is not a feather in her cap. Horse to beat, yeah, 4-5. In my opinion, it's ridiculous. I think she should be 8-5 in here.
Pick 4 starts here. 13-1 upset to start our pick 6. Slight second choice leg 2. See what happens here at a mile and a 16th on the turf. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
It's Satisfactual. Stamp of approval. Dazzling Cruiser goes in. Z-Train. Princess Buttercup. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Positive Carry gets the first call down towards the inside. Their stamp of approval in between horses now to emerge. And stamp of approval is the clear leader. Towards the outside here comes Prom Date Bonnie. Is up in the early mix, and at the rail there is Positive Carry as a tracking third. Then Mystical Powers is well settled into the fourth spot. To the outside is Z-Train, is now taken fifth. At the rail is going to be Sunday Tiff. It's now in that sixth position. And towards the outside, Princess Buttercup is in seventh. The three at the back, Dazzling Cruiser. Second to last, it's Satisfactual, and the trailer, Pay the Bills. Stamp of approval, Javier Castellano. They are 3 lengths in front, and Prom Date Bonnie has moved towards the outside here. Positive Carry. Those two are head and head in second and third. Just behind them is a patiently ridden Mystical Powers is in the fourth position. Out wider, that's Z-Train. Then Sunday Tiff is going to be mid-pack with Princess Buttercup towards the outside. Still towards the back end of the field, Dazzling Cruiser. Second to last, it's Satisfactual, and the trailer continues to be Pay the Bills. They've got less than a half mile to go. Stamp of approval, 49-1 for that easy half-mile time. Stamp of approval goes into the far turn, is still 2.5 lengths clear. Towards the inside is Positive Carry, and Manny Franco in pursuit now within a length of the leader. The front two start the sprint for home. Down at the rail is Mystical Powers, is now a tracking third, is still 4 off the lead. Stamp of approval now gets the cue and kicks for home. Positive Carry switches to the outside, trying to run the rival down, but it's Stamp of Approval who's got plenty. Stamp of Approval is back to 2.5 lengths in front. From the back, Dazzling Cruiser is rolling late, but Stamp of Approval still 4.5 lengths clear. A 16th left to go. Dazzling Cruiser is going to run up into second, but no catching. Stamp of Approval, Javier Castellano, a riding double. Stamp of Approval wins it over Dazzling Cruiser. Then came Positive Carry and a late run from It's Satisfactual in 1:45-1.
Stamp of approval, Javier Castellano made his intentions clear, wanted the front, got it, and this race was over.
Well, when the horse that's coming to catch you is Positive Carry, you know you're in a good spot, and the others were just too far behind. She went fast early, and she dominated this bunch.
She was very happy on the front end. Even though she was going quick, you could see that she seemed to be doing it pretty easily. And actually watching now Javier Castellano, he can't even pull her up completely. She looks like she still has plenty of run following the wire. And good to see Javier back in the saddle, back-to-back wins his first day back riding and able to control in both of them.
And I know he's especially happy when he gets a chance to win for Klarovich Stables. So I'm sure he's happy about that, and I'm going to remind him of that.
This one wins, and we'll move to a new barn.
Really?
Claimed.
Okay. Well, it was an easy win. Doesn't feel like a bad claim, but what, the end of her 3-year-old year? We'll see. We'll see. And the Chad Brown horses going the turf route off the claim are now 0 for 18. But the one was dead last early. Now,
Yeah.
I understand, but how did she suddenly have no speed after her last race?
I don't know, but she didn't really seem to be traveling at any point in
No,
the
I know,
race.
but
Yeah.
she didn't expect to be last.
No,
but
no,
nobody
not
can throw in the
expect that.
anchor.
It was a lot of work to do for the Forest. It's Satisfactual. Dazzling Cruiser, the 8 who checked in second, came from off of it as well. But the 4 is Satisfactual. She was left with a lot of work to do late.
I think Jose Lozcano was maybe overly concerned with having to go wide, so he just waited too long, and whatever chance she had no chance after that.
5-8-3-4 even money favorites. Stamp of approval. Chad Brown class dropper for Klarovich Stables. Javier Castellano. We'll talk about these connections with 2 of only 3 3-year-olds pre-entered in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. The Preakness winner sees the gray, and Alan Jerkins winner, Domestic Product. Can they make their presence felt in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile to close out championship weekend?
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50, 60, 2, 50, 60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage, America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Get signed up, started at nairabets.com. Late pick 4 and leg 3 of this pick 6 carryover goes to the even money favorite stamp of approval. Drop in class for the Chad Brown Barn, Klarovich Stables, and Javier Castellano aboard.
An easy win. He ran to his even money, and that'll sort of keep the pick 6 very logical. And so, a parlay that's probably, you got to look at it as almost $250. While the first winner obviously blew things up a bit, not enough unless you get some wacky, at least one wacky payoff down the road, and maybe even 1.5 in all likelihood. There's a lot of combinations out there, Acacia.
Absolutely. And this horse, very logical, very comfortable on the front end, and a logical exacta, too, with Bill Mott's horse in the number 8 in Dazzling Cruiser, checking in for second, coming from off of it, but there was no catching, stamp of approval, and back-to-back wins for Javier. First day back riding.
Early pick 5 over $3,000 with an even money favorite to end it. So 3 legs in, halfway home, with a big upset to begin it, and pretty formful. Races 4 and 5, but still a long way to go. And this double pick 6 carryover.
Yeah, there won't be. I don't think there. I think if it's chalked out, it would still be 5 figures.
Race 6, one of the more wide open we thought going in this maiden optional claiming group here at 6.5 furlongs, and it's the 7 who opens up as the 5-2 favorite, Chris's Revenge, one of several coming out of that common race September 28th.
Yeah, I think she'll vie for favoritism with the entry. I prefer Chris's Revenge over the 1A Western Wolf, but I think they're the 2 horses to beat, and the public agrees. Is America's Honors taking a lot of money as well? No surprise.
Going to break, we talked about Tease, that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, and we're going to talk about some of the contenders. Mentioned just 3 3-year-olds pre-entered in this field. 2 of them we'll talk about here coming up, starting with Seize the Grays. You look at the list that has pre-entered for this race. Preakness winner for Dwayne Lucas, coming off a win in that Grade 1 Pennsylvania Derby at 9-2.
I don't know if you want to tell me what I'm missing, Acacia, but I don't think he's even a contender in this race. He's been beneficial when he's had trips go his own way, and good luck to getting the lead in here.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's been a cool horse for the Connections. They've had a terrific year with him. He won the Preakness. He won the Pennsylvania Derby. He's one of 3 3-year-olds that has the 2 Grade 1 wins to his name, and that speed dangerous. Now he is cutting back, and he did win the Pate Mile nicely, which parlayed into that Preakness win where he was able to control and has been, I know, a special horse for Jamie Torres. But to me, the water gets much, much deeper in this Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. I actually like the spot for him cutting back to the Dirt Mile. I just wonder if he's going to be able to control in the way that he has been.
Yeah, I don't see him as a contender, but you're right about that, and I have a question for both of you. If he wins this race and Fierceness bombs in the Classic and Sierra Leone doesn't win, because he'd need to win it to be 3-year-old champion, what are his chances of being 3-year-old champion with 3 Grade 1 wins, including a Breeders' Cup, and if the other horses fail?
If he wins the Breeders' Cup, I still think so. Over
So you
Fierceness?
think
Seize the Gray will be?
Well, I'm just
who are the
saying,
other contenders?
he wins here. Fierceness runs a clunker. He runs 6th or 7th, certainly possible. And Forever Young, I don't think, I guess he has an outside chance again. I doubt it, the win. And Sierra Leone, the other contender to win this, doesn't win the race. The other 3-year-olds, they sort of don't run well. You don't think that he could be 3-year-old champion? I'm not saying
I guess he'll get some
think
attention.
he's particularly
I don't
deserving,
think he'd win it.
but who's so deserving if he were to win this race and the others don't? Who's so deserving
think,
over him?
Well, you've got Dornick, who's retired at this point, not going to the Breeders' Cup. To me, he's not a contender for 3-year-old champion at this point. And then you have Fierceness, who, as Andy said, he's been a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde. He's been good the last couple of months, but we saw it in several races where he just did not perform when there was some adversity. So it's entirely possible that he runs poorly. He has the Florida Derby and the Travers to his name. I think the Travers is one of those races that holds extra weight.
I agree.
But a Classic, the Preakness,
Won the Preakness,
plus the Pennsylvania Derby, plus to me a Breeders' Cup, that would make Seize the Gray.
You're talking about a horse who's not performed and not shown up, though, a lot. Seize the Gray fits that bill.
Listen, I'm not
So does
saying.
Fierceness.
I mean,
Not even this horse in a different category
like
of not showing up.
I guess. I mean, he danced a lot of dances. Fierceness has a couple of really bad races. I mean,
He'd be in the conversation.
We'll
see.
I would have trouble voting for him too, Greg. I'm with you, and I don't think Acacia's sitting there thinking.
No.
And the question becomes: is it the horse we think is the most talented, or is it the horse with the best accomplishments? And
Everyone
that
has
would
different
weigh it.
criteria.
Right.
That's the thing.
Well, most people don't watch the races. They just look at the Breeders' Cup and they vote for whoever wins the Breeders' Cup races. They should all lose their votes, but they keep holding on to him. So what can I do about it? And he's going to be he's a popular horse with that My Racehorse stuff going on there. So a win here, I'm going to tell you, and I don't like him at all, but just being hypothetical.
Yeah.
It's a conversation.
It's definitely in the conversation for sure. This race still doesn't hold as much weight.
No,
as,
it would
say,
have to
you
be a
win.
massive failing on the others' parts. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
A Fierceness second in the Breeders' Cup Classic will drown out that horse for sure.
Meanwhile,
unless Sierra Leone beats him.
Let's get to National
If
Treasure
there was
first.
ever a day for him to finally do it.
National Treasure, that dominant margin of victory met Mile. We've not seen the same horse since.
And he didn't, one of the things that tipped it off, even with the big impressive win with the racetrack, he got a 102 buyer. And maybe he gets done here. He hasn't worked since the race. Apparently, he did a similar thing last year. I don't know, Acacia, if he's the horse to beat, but I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah, he has not had a published workout since September 20th, so that would be a little bit tricky. I get it that he did the same thing last year, but he ran a huge race in the California Crown, finishing second that day. We haven't seen him, like you said, come back on the track after that. But look, he is a horse of that caliber, I think, and especially has shown an affinity for this distance, too. The game second behind Sanador, who's sidelined, even with the flow of the racetrack in the Met Mile, a big performance in the Pegasus as well, and even last year's Preakness. He's a good horse. I think sometimes kind of gets knocked down because he's not one that wants to go as far.
Here's a question, though. Has he really been as good since he went over to the Middle East? If you look at his races,
favorable trips.
he's, you look at the kind of races, and I'm going to bring up his PPs because I have him here. I thought he was tremendous in the World Cup. Tremendous.
Yes, agreed.
On top of a fast pace, runs a fast race. Dirt Mile, he ran very well. 107, 105 buyer. Then he goes to the Saudi Cup, and he ran really well that day. Really, he and Saudi Crown ran tremendous in there. But then his races just haven't been as good, and I wonder if he just kind of lost his peak.
It seems like he did get extremely good starting. Just became a different horse with that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, but now he's just not sort of gone on from there.
He's a little bit unreliable.
Still very good.
Yes. And let me ask you a question. A win here and crazy results in other races. Torpedo Anna loses. Somebody weird wins the classes and comes. He's a little bit in the conversation for worst of the year. I don't think he can get it because of his bomb in the Whitney, though, and this being a lesser race.
Meanwhile, one I know you want to get to. Domestic product. Alan Jerkins winner last time out. Rare homebred for Klarovich Stables.
Well, Ways and Means and Domestic product are both homebreds. And if they both win here, you'd have to think Klarovich Stables is in a running to be Breeder of the Year as well as Owner of the Year. Listen, I love this horse. I have great love for him. It's unfortunately his last career start. I'm not convinced that he won't be favored or very close to favored in here.
I think so too. I thought he ran that huge performance in the Dwyer when cutting back in distance, and it was kind of one of those performances that I feel like we all kind of knew was there, but we were waiting to see it, and then he backed it up with this throwdown effort in the Jerkins, one of the most exciting races that we saw too on that Traverse card, and I love the Dirt Mile for him. I think this is a great spot for him because I had even wondered if maybe 7 might be a little bit short.
I think he has a chance in the sprint. He's put in there as a second preference, and he'll probably go in the mile. Listen, I thought Bookham Dano ran very well in defeat the other day at Keeneland. He ran huge in there. Unfortunately, Prince of Monaco's obviously got issues. He's not even pre-entered in the sprint. But these are very good horses, and that was a fast race.
This is the race, as you see right there. It's going to close out championship weekend. 8:25 Eastern start time for the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. And 2 3-year-olds making this very even more intriguing race with the presence of certainly Domestic product. Muth pre-entered in this one as well.
I wonder who Muth is. You know what I mean? But maybe a little less distance helps him.
Manny Franco, can he have some more success coming up on championship weekend? More work to do today for Manny coming up. Stay with us.
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The 2024 Global Symposium on Racing, celebrating 50 years of being the premier networking event of the year. 50 years of connecting the who's who of racing and collaborating face-to-face with key decision makers. Discover the latest technology and innovation while being a part of the international conversation. Join us December 9th through 11th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. As we get set for race 6 coming up, approaching the 10-minute mark to post. And a look at a first-time starter with an intriguing pedigree. For more on this field, let's go downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at a few first-time starters here in the paddock, beginning with Arcadian. As you mentioned, Greg, really has a nice pedigree to only bring 22,000 at the OBS April sale. To dive into that pedigree, he's a McLean's Music who can get first-time starting 2-year-olds to win. He hits at about 15%. The dam was a multiple stakes winner and graded stakes winner, going long on the dirt. Half to many really nice horses. You go back a generation, I'll let you guys talk more about that, but it's one of those lovely pedigrees for Helen Alexander et al. That Shug McGahee trained. Watching his workout in 21 and 4, he wasn't really asked for much, but I think it was because he was trying to lug in a bit. Here in the paddock, he's nicely put together. He's been really professional, and of the first-time starters, he actually looks the most fit and the most ready. He isn't taking much money, though, and there are some conformation faults, and you get to that point where it's such a nice pedigree, an okay breeze, that the vetting is probably the issue. But he has been preparing quite steadily for Greg Sacco for this first race. We'll see how he does. I'm intrigued. I'm not overly excited to take him, but I want to watch him with some interest. As we'll move on to a firster for the Cantor Massies, Ilkay will send this one out. Number 6, Daw Sama, son of Omaha Beach. Looking at the pedigree, there's actually not much to report home on, though I will say Omaha Beach hitting at 19% with his debuting 2-year-olds, and this guy really big. Great size to him, but with that being said, gives the impression that he might want a little bit longer, coupled with his disposition of being a very laid-back customer. Also looks like he might benefit from a race just to really strengthen up that top line. But excellent coat to him, typical of the Cantor Massies. They really put a lot of pride and effort and work into having their horses well turned out here in the paddock. Moving on to a second-time starter, that's number 8, Skyloft, who does come in here from the Meadowlands, debuting in a 5/8 turf sprint, in which was wired that day by a 30-1 shot. Now, that horse did have experience, I think 3 or 4 starts prior, but all on the dirt, so kind of freaking, if you will, first time on the turf course. Looking at Skyloft, he chased that one around there. He looks as though he's going to be quick. He is very sharp, very much on the muscle. Was a little bit tough to get the tack on, but he's built that way to be fairly quick. Really round hindquarters, short coupled. We'll see how far ultimately he wants to go here, but I do like the move to the main track for him. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. 10-1. Riders up. Jose Lezcano about to hop aboard Skyloft. Surface switch in a puzzling race here coming up in the 6th. We kick off our post parade with Brave Bear, first-time starter, breaks from post 3.
Yeah, this is more of a turf pedigree on the dam side, but a Bernardini, the lesser half of the entry in all likelihood.
Post 6 for the entry mate here, Western Wolf.
Yeah, I thought this horse ran very well first time and could be the horse to catch.
Yeah, speed and backed up first time out the rail to America's Honor.
A horse that finished 3rd last time out in a common race that a lot come out of was kind of in that chasing spot.
And finished across the wire, best of that bunch that day. Broderick, first time out.
Yeah, really not taking much money in here, so probably not much of a runner.
Arcadian for Gregory Sacco.
Maggie talked about that pedigree, pedestrian 21 and 4 looking like in there, and we'll see what this one can do first out.
Blinkers on start number 2 for Ready, Set, Twirl. Here's the 6, Daw Sama.
First-time starter for the Cantor Massey barn. 3 out of the 4 siblings were winners.
Chris's Revenge, start 2.
I like Chris's Revenge. I don't love 5-2. Maybe second choice by post time.
Here's Skyloft with Jose Lezcano.
The dam was all turf and synthetic, but as far as her production, both of her other foals were dirt winners. I actually really liked this horse's 2-year-old sale, the OBS June sale.
Here's a first-time starter, Rasta Girl.
Yeah, actually 22-1 is probably an underlay on this horse, frankly, and we'll see. These connections together had a long shot first or win once.
That one has some pedigree.
Yeah. Tapperit's Temper, Christopher Elliott.
A horse that's not shown much.
And my favorite, Beach.
Yes, the Greg's Private Beach, where this horse may need to run to beat this field.
turf
the
back
other
to
side of
dirt,
the
cuts
beach.
back in distance for Wolf Beach. Dylan Davis for Jose Delgado, on the outside. 5 minutes away from this 6th race as we take a look at the favorite. So here is Chris's Revenge, Manny Franco for Brittany Russell.
I think watching this race, of all the horses first time out, and the track had been sealed and it started to rain, really benefited from a race. Broke slowly, came in at the start, was sort of lingering in the back of the field, did enough running to suggest this one can run a little bit and probably just wasn't ready for the first start. I don't know what you thought, Acacia.
I thought, looking like, as you mentioned, with that sealed track, I don't know how much kickback he was taking, but he was very high-headed throughout, and it looked like he was maybe uncomfortable with that wet track and with the kickback
Especially
that he was
early.
getting early on in the race. He did not look like he was comfortable at all, and even just watching him warm up, he might be one that's just a little bit tricky to get to lower his head and to get into the bridle and to settle. So certainly one that you would think should benefit from having the experience of a race.
5-2 favorite. Public settling here on this one. As we take a look at the 2, and this is the one who crossed the wire best of anyone out of that common race that 4 of them are coming out of. That was start number 4 for America's Honor.
Yeah, but
who
this
gets the rail today.
More experience than the 1A and 7, so I feel like both those horses have some forward movement. I think Western Wolf is very dangerous.
That was the horse that was setting the pace in that race as well, and took some pressure, Western Wolf.
Thought they ran the better race, America's Honor just picking them up at the end.
And I had written first time out for Western Wolf that he just had no intensity in the preliminaries, and probably one that would really benefit from a start too.
They ran well in that race. A lot of speed.
Yeah.
As you two talk about the entries, become favored at 5-2 now.
Favored in doubles. Sort of 1, 2, and 7 are very similar prices in pick 3s, which sometimes are a better predictor of final prices these days than doubles.
So yeah, we know Western Wolf, the 1A, wants to go to the front. Really, it's just, I guess, the firsters who's going to try and pressure, if anyone, no?
Or Skyloft getting to the dirt.
Maybe. I'm going to say that Chris's Revenge will be more forward here, if we're right about Chris's Revenge. If he needed a start, he probably breaks more sharply and shows more speed here. I could be wrong. But usually when these horses are live in their second starts, they show a lot more speed.
Let's go back down to Maggie.
I think it's good that we see Manny Franco sticking aboard Chris's Revenge here, as he was steadied back quite significantly after that start. And then, Manny had to encourage him to run up into that pace whilst on the inside. Now, I don't know if he's the most genuine type. I don't think he has the biggest heart, because watching him warm up, throwing his head in the air, lacks a bit of focus. That's the vibe I got from him also in the paddock. And furthermore, just with that race under his belt, I thought could look more fit. Now, am I going to be surprised when he steps up and wins here? No, but I agree with Andy that coming out of that race, the 1A Western Wolf is the one that I'd prefer to take. Now, I thought he broke a touch slow, having to do so from down on the inside, and then went forward up to the lead and just got tired that last eighth of a mile. And Mitch Friedman is not a trainer who's winning first time out. His horses need races. They really do. From a fitness standpoint, especially, this guy is defined, he is strong, and he is so much sharper, at least based upon what Acacia observed first time out. He's just, look at him. He's out there on his toes. He's the one I want, if any, coming out of that race. But I do think that the 8 in here, Skyloft, is going to give him some company up front. Skyloft, by far the sharpest horse in the preliminaries. Number 5, Ready, Set, Twirl. I'd be willing to give him a race. Acacia can speak to what he looked like first time out. He was a little bit bad to saddle today, but a horse that physically just really looked as though he has probably moved forward, just strong, great coat to him. Now, they put a fairly significant blinker on him, a 3/4 cup, so maybe that does focus him in a bit. And it was kind of funny, he lacked that focus prior to them putting those blinkers on him in the paddock, and it's like when they put him on, he just settled right in, became a different animal. So he's a big price out there. I have my reservations, Greg, about Chris's Revenge. We'll see how he does.
2-1 favorite. Still Chris's Revenge here, start number 2. Obviously, first off, needs to get out better than that debut. Steadied after the beginning. See if we can get a little better racing luck today.
Yeah, Maggie doesn't seem to like him, but Keisha and I are on Chris's Revenge. Another Instagram. We saw fast performance was that Instagram, right, for OXO and Chad Brown a few weeks ago.
And just to wrap up what Maggie was saying about the 5 ready, set, twirl, I had written down that he was not fit first time out. So certainly one that should benefit from a start, and good to hear that it looks like he has done that and moved forward. There's so much development that can happen, Greg, from first to second start with 2-year-olds, and I think that's such an important piece of it. How often do we see horses, especially in those 7 furlong races in Saratoga's, the one with experience just has such an edge, that stamina, that professionalism. Now as we're getting towards the end of the year, but even still, I think experience holds an edge.
See what happens here. We got a few first-timers. The most notable one has that big pedigree, but you two both looked at the sales work and were left unimpressed.
We're not the only ones. To pay
Arcadian
$22,000 for that pedigree. It goes back to Courtly D, which is one of the most coveted pedigrees you can get in racing, and they'll sell for a lot of money. Now, this one's a colt, so it has no residual value the way a filly would, and a filly with that pedigree would have sold for more money, but Keisha's just too low, and McLean's Music, who stands for $40,000. A lot of negatives there.
There are, and I didn't like how the horse was lugging in. My guess would be that there were some vet issues, some questions at the sales that maybe turned some people off, but certainly possible to work through some things, and we'll see if he can run to that pedigree. Interestingly enough, the 3 Broderick is actually the one with the other big pedigree. The Dam is the sister to Grade 1 winner Arklow, so much more of a turf pedigree on that one, but we'll see if some of those big price horses with the pedigrees can show up in here.
There they, one of them, Broderick, yes, 76-1. For the debut coming up for the Pat Reynolds barn. Katie Davis rides. 8-5 favor. That's 7 stepping in. Chris's Revenge, start number 2. With Manny Franco for Brittany Russell. We'll set for the 6th. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Arcadian. Arcadian, Rasta Girl. Tappert's Temper. Still 3 out. Ready, Set, Twirl. Western Wolf. Western Wolf, and Wolf Beach. Wolf Beach. Goes in. All set. And they're off. One left in the gate there was Arcadian, was off very slowly. Off very quickly was Western Wolf, sprints right to the front, and Western Wolf already a length and a half clear. Up on the outside is going to be Skyloft. It's in that second grouping, is in between horses there. In the 3 path is Chris's Revenge. Also there in the red cap comes Daw Sama, and at the rail, Ready, Set, Twirl. The far outside, it's Tappert's Temper as they approach 4 furlongs left to travel. That one is 4.5 lengths clear from America's Honor. Broderick is towards the back end of the field, also trying to make up ground as Brave Bear. Arcadian, after the bad start, is picking up rivals. Rasta Girl, and far back to the trailer, that's Wolf Beach. They're well into the turn, and they're still chasing Western Wolf. And Western Wolf shot right out of the gate, went 22-3 for an opening quarter mile, and is still 2 lengths in front. Chris's Revenge is all in towards the outside, chasing this leader. It's these two right now as they reach the top of the stretch. Western Wolf trying to go all the way, and Western Wolf, Eric Cancel, still 2.5 lengths in front. Just grinding away towards the outside is Chris's Revenge, just slowly making up the ground, but is cutting the margin now. It's Western Wolf trying to fend off Chris's Revenge, who now straightens up and takes the lead. It's Chris's Revenge sprinting away late. Here's America's Honor from out of the pack. America's Honor is rolling late, but Chris's Revenge will get the victory. Chris's Revenge over America's Honor, then Western Wolf and Broderick. Final running time, 1 minute 18 seconds flat.
Chris's revenge. 8-5.
The entire
the
world
favorite.
figured this one out. And I think one of the most interesting things, and one of the things that you learn as you're around the track more often, is how a horse like this is going to be so much more likely to be forwardly placed second time out. They just needed their first start, and just a different horse today.
It's one of those things we were talking about with the experience, just being able to get out of the gate cleaner, be in a better position, coming out of that race so productive as Western Wolf showed speed yet again, just got run down late, and I think nabbed for second as well.
Yes.
But Chris's revenge with the victory, I wonder if Chris Griffin was excited about this name.
Do you think he even noticed?
He probably knows. He's a pretty sharp guy.
7-2, 1A3. So 2 horses, 3 of them coming out of the common race.
And this horse will probably play a little better than
1, 2, 3.
8-5 in the pick 6. So, you look at the sequence, and it feels like, I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that the sort of the parlay around $1,000 at this point for $2, so the $400 to $500 range, and with dollars, the carryovers, and a price horse winning the first race at the expense of a short price. You're still looking at solid payoffs all around, depending on how it plays out the rest of the day. And there is not going to be a short price in the last race. No one's going to be short in there.
That is a tough race.
Yep.
8-5 on your winner, Manny Franco, who we teased going to break. We gave you the winner before the race even ran.
I'm done. I'm out of here. I had enough of you
Here's,
guys.
hold on.
What?
I'm going to extend the invite. We have our feature race. We have El Grande O coming back. It's a 2-day pick 6 carryover. A lot of drama left. We got 1 hour left of the show. I'm going to invite you to stay because this has been fun with the 3 of us.
It has been fun, and I'm going to miss Acacia, but I'm out of here. I have important stuff to do. I got to get to work on the Breeders' Cup races.
Okay.
He doesn't really like us that much, Greg.
All right.
Well, I
that's
like
fine.
you a lot, Greg. I'm on the fence.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll get this guy out of here, and we'll close it out strong. Acacia and I will be back coming up. We got our feature race next. Again, El Grande O returns, long time away. Runner-up in the Jerome and Withers. Bill Mott, what a incredible Breeders' Cup he had last year on his way to Trainer of the Year, and he's lined up for more success again. We'll have a preview when we come back without Andy.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on the program. It's America's Day at the Races, as we saw a victory by Chris's Revenge, ridden to victory by Manny Franco and trained by Brittany Russell. And pleased to be joined by one of her assistants in Declan Carroll, a familiar face for those who have been following the NYRA circuit for a while. But Declan, taking the job with Brittany, talk a little bit about your role in the barn.
You know, just getting started with Brittany after Saratoga, I was kind of just had to find my place at Laurel, learning from everybody. It's a different operation. So I went from Laurel, and now I'm based at Fair Hill with Emma. Emma's done a great job, kind of bringing me along, sending me where I'm needed, and it's been great so far, and luckily we came away with a winner today.
Yeah, exactly. A horse that really benefited from his first start. Broke so much better second time around.
Yes, and you know, the first race kind of got squeezed out of there at the break. This horse probably wants to go longer in time, Manny said after. So just pleased to come away with the victory, and hopefully much more to look forward to.
We saw you in the saddle last Saturday at Far Hills. Our coverage from there. Talk a little bit about getting back in the saddle. Obviously, you didn't have to do professional jockey weight here on the flat, but a flat race going 2 miles.
Yes, it was great to get back in the saddle, something I've missed for a while now. Kerry Bryan brought up the opportunity to me to get on board for Mr. Maker. So when that opportunity arose, I took it with both hands. And fortunately, it was a very nice ride around for me. Finished fourth, got the thrill back in it. But, you know, back to reality today.
You look good out there. You've literally done everything, I feel like, at the racetrack and in the equestrian world altogether.
Yes, it's great to do a bit of everything. That's the way to learn. If you're not in all of it, it's you'll miss out on things that you should know. And fortunately enough, I have a family that's all in racing, so I get those opportunities not many others would get.
Of course, your dad, David Carroll. Love that guy, but well done you. Congrats here to you and Brittany and the team.
Thank you very much, Maggie.
All right, Chris's Revenge and Declan Carroll, a familiar face for a lot of those. Greg, I'm sure you remember him riding here at Aqueduct several years ago.
Yeah, indeed. And already, look, over under how much longer before he goes out on his own? He's already got the gear with his initials on it.
I know, he had the logo there. Yeah, but it was pretty cool. I was out at Far Hills this weekend to see him riding there in that 2 mile flat race. And Declan's just a really good horseman at the end of the day. Obviously, it's in his blood, but a good rider and doing well as an assistant. And like Maggie said, kind of handling every piece of the business, but a good horseman at his core.
You can tell by that interview, incredibly well versed in every aspect of it. Pick 6 carryover, 2-day carryover with 2 legs remaining. Started out with a big upset, and it's been extremely formful every step of the way since.
Yes, it has. So all you really needed was Malo in the first leg, and then you could kind of coast through. But
tough one to have, though.
Tough one. Yeah, he looked great on the track, or she did, excuse me, but tough to have on form. I think the biggest challenge is going to be getting to that last race.
Probably the biggest intrigue of the day is this horse in the 7th race coming up next, the return of El Grande O for Linda Rice. We have not seen this horse since early March. Runner-up in the Jerome and the Withers. Stakes winner is a New York bred. He's finally back.
He has, and was a late scratch before the Wood Memorial in April, warming up and sidelined since then. And Linda Rice saying that she actually considered coming back into New York Bred Stakes this weekend, but deciding to go into Allowance Company instead and coming back in this spot. Fun to see him back. He's a horse that throughout from his 2-year-old season on, really, he danced every dance and showed up most of the time.
A lot of ability, but this is not a soft spot by any means coming back, facing some older company who have been obviously a little more recency in the running lines, been running very good, like Forest City, like Classify, who we'll talk about as we get closer to this race coming up. We'll get to that in a moment. We're 18 minutes away from the 7th race, our feature on this Thursday card. Talked about Bill Mott going to break. Last year was almost too good to be true, the Breeders' Cup that he had. This year, his big hopes center around this horse, Arthur's Ride. It was sensational on Whitney Day.
He really was dominant in that performance, and then we saw him disappoint in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, which has been the race that they had kind of circled on the calendar for him as well. He acted like a totally different horse before each of these races. He was very quiet, very dull prior to the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and you kind of saw that out on the racetrack. I had the opportunity to watch him gallop on the track. I've seen him around the shed row many, many times in the mornings, but watching him this week galloping, and it was a lovely fall morning in Saratoga, he was fresh. Greg, and the rider did a great job in trying to keep him settled, but he had a lot in the tank and was really eager to do more. Just looks like he is absolutely thriving.
So, from what you saw, you think we're going to see more of what we saw on the Whitney
Yes,
from him?
I do. I do.
That'd be great. Just you want to have your stars show up, and obviously this horse, War Like Goddess for Bill Mott, his two big stars. We'll see here in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. Both seem like they have huge chances.
Totally, they absolutely do. And for War Like Goddess, the 7-year-old mare, she's just been incredible staying back here. But the Breeders' Cup Classic for Bill Mott, looking for his first victory since 2011. It's been close a few times, and I would imagine Arthur's Ride, the biggest thing with him is that he has that speed. He's obviously a horse that took a little bit of time to figure out. He has some quirks, maybe he's had some issues along the way. If he could get back to that Whitney performance, I think he's a major player.
As for his super mare, who just, it's incredible. She just keeps plugging along, and at this advanced age now, as a 7-year-old, it seems like she really has not lost much, if anything.
No, she hasn't. I thought she ran exceptionally well in the Flower Bowl up in Saratoga. She was kind of forced, the way that the race played out, to make that first move and then get run down by Farbridge in the Joe Hirsch last time out. We have seen her win this race in the past against the boys, but she is going to actually stay in the Filly and Mare Turf this year, the Mile and 3/8. Bill Mott telling me the other day that he liked that distance for her. He thinks that that just really suits her with the 3 turns, the ability that she has to be able to go long, and she's certainly held her fiery spirit, her attitude, as you can even see. Her exercise rider, Brittany, who does a great job with her. But you love to see that for a 7-year-old mare, that she still attacks her training like that. And to see her so playful in the mornings is wonderful.
Yeah, that distance, mile 3/8, it seems like, and the resume backs it up, that's what she's best at.
Yes. I totally agree. And those are what's called draw reins. She always trains in the draw reins, and it helps to keep a horse's head down. And for ones like her, who can do a lot in the mornings, it's incredibly helpful to keep her settled.
She's had an incredible career. This is the one thing missing in what she's accomplished, winning on Breeders' Cup Championship weekend. What do you feel about her chances this year to do it? Is this the year?
I hope it is. I've been a fan of hers, as I think that so many have been for all these years. It's certainly not going to be an easy race for her, and maybe there are some questions is she as good this year as a 7-year-old? But as you talked about, I think she had some legitimate excuses and reasons in her last couple of races as well. From what I've seen from her and the way that she's been training, I think that she's going to fire her best effort Breeders' Cup weekend, and hopefully she gets that trip and her deserved Breeders' Cup victory.
And maybe, look, we have a lot of Europeans showing up. Not the strongest contingent from Europe in this division this year.
I don't think so. I think it's manageable for the Americans in here.
Looking forward to it. 8 days away from Breeders' Cup Friday, and 9 days until we see War Like Goddess and Arthur's Ride line up in their respective races. El Grande O, there he is. First start back since early March for Linda Rice. Multiple graded stakes place, and the return, now tackling older company, trying to get this first allowance condition win.
Folsom from last to first in the Mat win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom has taken the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the world's marketplace. Keeneland November Breeding Stock Sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, 2-day Pick 6 carryover with 2 legs remaining. Our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. And this is our feature coming up, this 7th race, 6.5 furlongs. First allowance condition group, and here he is, back for his first start since that 3rd place finish in the Grade 3 Gotham. El Grande O for Linda Rice. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, he was meant to run back on Wood Memorial Day, in the Wood Memorial, actually. He was a late scratch for Linda Rice, subsequently diagnosed with a hairline fracture in a hind ankle. Did have a screw put in, and he's back at the races and has been preparing extensively for this comeback. But with that being said, I still wish he looked a little bit more fit. But in the same breath, I do think he's filled out. He's put on some weight because during that run where he was participating in those Kentucky Derby preps here on the New York circuit, on the NYRA circuit, he was getting just a little bit lighter. You know, he wasn't carrying his condition as well as he once had. And I feel like now it's all back on again. He looks like a happy, healthy horse coming back here today, though we'll see how he negotiates this turn back in distance with some quick horses, including number 5, Classify, and one that projects to be sitting right off of him in the rail runner, number 1, Forest City. Now, Forest City is your kind of quintessential Munnings. Big, burly, robust, chestnut with a lot of white. I tend to like those types. He needs to win a race. The kind of runner-up efforts are starting to add up, but he continuously runs races that can win here. He looks sensational. And sometimes it's not about the individual, it's about who they're facing. And on this particular day, Forest City looks the best, at least in the paddock, Greg.
We saw his assistant, Lana Williford, along with Joel Rosario. So Belmont, Forest City, 5-1. Definitely dangerous from the inside.
He comes out of the same race as Classify in Saratoga last time out. Classify having had a start since then, but Forest City, one who really kind of put himself, I think, at a disadvantage 2 starts back when he was kind of rushing the gate and then had to break a little bit slowly and kind of rush to get into position, where last time out he was able to get himself into a good position, and he's going to need to behave himself in the gate and to break well from the rail today, going this 6.5 furlongs. But I'm with Mackie. He's always a horse that my eye is drawn to, and one that just kind of carries his heart on his sleeve, so to speak. There's a lot of horse flesh out there.
How does he turn the tables, though, on Classify, who seems to be in very sharp form right now? And if not for an out-of-this-world, I don't know where it came from, performance from Reddington, would have won last time out.
Yes, but the second place finishes are starting to rack up with Classify. Also, I will say, I do think he was against the track last time. He never saw the rail. He was kind of kept in the clear. He was outside where Reddington got that dream trip, staying on the rail as long as possible and then tipping out late. Whereas Classify, you could see right here, Greg, though, when he hit the front, he's pulling himself up. Kendrick Carmouche was imploring him to find a little bit more, and he was waiting on horses. And so that's a big knock for me. Yes, Reddington won at a time when Eddie Barker seemed to be sending out every single horse live going to the track. And like I said, he got the trip that you wanted on the way that track was playing. But for me, Classify is always going to be a little bit tough, given that he's coming in off 5 consecutive second-place finishes, his last win being in State Bred Company.
For me, though, look, his last 3 races, are faster than what anyone's running here by a mile. Only El Grande O's best race ever. He's matched that figure once. Classifies run at 3 in a row and has the recency. But yeah, at 7 seconds, you start to question, is there what'll win? But he's running incredibly fast relative to this field. Here's the Mott runner, Forest City, Joel Rosario.
He's kind of that tried and true sprinter coming in off a 4th place finish behind Mariachi.
Any look at all to Letty?
He's very tough to make, and he also comes from very far off of it.
Has not beat a horse each of the last 2 starts. Here's El Grande O, the comeback.
And to be fair, his only wins have come in New York bred company, but he's been facing straight 3-year-olds, and there should be some advancement the second half of his 3-year-old season.
New gelding, register.
And cutting back in distance as well, and turf to dirt, a lot of changes.
Here's Classify. We showed you that runner-up finish to Reddington.
Yes, he's run fast numbers, but he's got to take a step forward from those second-idest.
Dofusky Island, we know, is quick early.
And it was good to see him get back to that early speed running style last time out. That's when he runs his best races.
Turf back to dirt for Toxic Gray.
Blinkers coming off this one after a failed experience last time out.
And some interest here for some reason. Put together back-to-back victories for David Donk, but a class test here.
It's been a very good claim for Dave, but yes, he is taking a big jump up in class. Back-to-back wins, but he's not been facing the likes of what he's meeting today.
All eyes centered on El Grande O for his return, trained by the woman with Maggie Wolfendale,
who is also the winningest female trainer in history. You set that mark last week here at the Big A. Linda, it comes as no surprise, and while we all respect Kathleen O'Connell, just the job you've done throughout your career is utterly remarkable. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate it. And, you know, most of my racing has been done here in New York, and so I'm excited to have been able to do most of my racing here.
And a job well done. And you're bringing El Grande O back to the races after surgery, coming back from those Derby prep races here. What can we expect? Turn back in distance, is that ideal, or is that just a jumping off point?
It's really a jumping off point. You know, ideally I was hoping for like 7 furlongs to get him started. This is a little short, but, you know, and he's a horse that I think you may have noted that carries a little extra weight, and I just didn't want to run him too far too soon. So I thought, all right, this is just a place to get started. And I think that, you know, he sprinted well enough before, but coming off a long layoff, I just didn't want to go that far with him.
Totally understandable. Do you think the current backing that we see from him is warranted, or are you surprised by that?
I think that's pretty strong, but I hope they're right.
Well, hopefully they are. Thank you so much for your insight. And again, congratulations.
Thank you, Maggie.
And Greg, I'm sure she'll only continue to pad those numbers.
Yeah, we knew it was just a matter of time before she, and not to take anything away from Kathleen O'Connell, has had an incredible career, but the volume that Linda Rice has, we knew it was just a matter of time before she got that record, and now on her way to many, many more wins after she has that record now all to herself.
Absolutely, and I thought it was fun back this winter at Tampa when Kathleen O'Connell broke the record. She said, Linda Rice is hot on my heels, and I know that she's going to pass it soon, but records like these were made to be broken, and for two women that have had incredible careers in this sport, it is great to see, and I'm sure Linda will have many, many more opportunities to keep winning and getting those big victories. But as far as El Grande O is concerned, this is a nice horse. He's certainly showed up with a strong campaign and running against the top 3-year-olds here in New York. But I know it was an issue, as Maggie said, coming back out of that wood with the late scratch with a hairline fracture, but some time away might have actually been a blessing in disguise for him, for a horse that really was kind of going out there and knocking heads a lot.
This was his withers, and a little disconcerting because it was a track that was favoring horses on the inside and forward, and he did get run down. It was an incredible effort from Uncle Heavy to get this win. Still, a horse that seems to always show up. 10 or 11 starts, he's been, you know, hit the board with three victories, and probably a little bit further than he wanted to go, too.
I think his only bad race really was the Champagne, and I think it's easy to forgive him off that. It was his first time going into such tough company, but he ran incredibly well prior to that, winning New York bred stakes, ran second in the Jerome, he ran third in the Gotham on a very wet track as well. So you have to give him some credit. He's definitely been an overachiever throughout his career.
What do you think about this? You know, maybe would this be the day? We expect him to potentially even move forward, be faster But is this today to try and get him off the bench?
It certainly could be, especially with such a significant cutback in distance. Yes, I think a mile and an eighth probably too far for him, but maybe his preferred distance, a mile. He's coming back at 6.5. Fact of the matter is, too, it's a long way away, and he's facing older for the first time. You know, sometimes, I was talking about this with my husband the other day, that sometimes the 3-year-old restricted stakes are actually a little bit softer company than the open allowance horses with facing older. And you see that take place. And just as you were pointing out with the numbers that classify as run, even though he's not a winning type, he's older, he's more seasoned, and on paper, he's just faster than what we've seen El Grande O run so far.
Yeah, not an easy spot by any means to try and come back, but usually on this circuit, they never are. And the 7-5 favorite is Classify. So we'll see if 5 consecutive starts where he's been runner-up, including 2 near misses, and there he is, if he can cash in today and get his 3rd career win.
I think that just based on his overall form, he is arguably the horse to beat. I just have my questions with him being able to break through, and I know Reddington really got the dream trip and was with the flow of the racetrack last time, whereas Classify was probably a bit against it, but it did look to my eye like he was waiting on horses a bit.
Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, just picking up with El Grande O again. Really got a big warm-up from Jose Lascano out there. Dylan Davis. out there on the racetrack, and I really like the way that he's moving. Definitely coming back with a fresh horse. We'll see how he does. As Linda said, it feels like this is a race to get him started. He's going to have to run down some likely faster horses early than he. So a little bit up against it, but I'm not going to take him at 7-5, but at least I like what I saw out there on the racetrack. And then we'll check in with the horse that he's been battling for favoritism with, and that's number 5, Classify, as you guys were just talking about. I suppose he was somewhat flattered by the fact, too, that General Banker came back and won that condition going a mile with an 88 buyer in his subsequent start. I don't know. Maybe he is waiting on horses. Maybe he doesn't want to win. And he does have 7 places out of 11 lifetime starts. I get it, but I think he's so much the horse to beat here. He looks fantastic. We'll see. I think this is the real race. Does he prove to be a hanger here? I'm going to try to beat him with Forest City. He's just one that I feel like his time's coming. He looks sensational here, Greg.
All right, so Maggie going to Forest City. I agree with her that the 5 is the horse to beat. I actually like Classifying here, and I just think I think it's up for debate. If he was saying, I thought Reddington just ran the race of his life to get by him last time out.
Well, I think the way the track was playing played a huge piece in Reddington's performance. But yes, he did. He was an exceptional race that day. So I think that there certainly is that argument, and it's a very valid one. Look, like I said, on paper, I agree. I think the Classify is arguably the horse to beat. I was thinking El Grande O was vulnerable today, and to me, he's got to take a bit of a step forward off the layoff. I didn't particularly trust Classify to seal the deal, so I defaulted into Forest City. I'm glad to hear that Maggie had such high marks on how he's appearing out on the track and in the preliminaries as well. He's kind of been one that's been right there. Faced a very highly regarded horse in Speakeasy 2 starts back. Mariachi has been in really good form, and a little bit of a freshening since that late August start.
He's quick. El Grande O, he has turf sprint speed. I mean, he's shown it at 5 furlongs. The fact that he's coming in fresh. We see the bullet works. You expect him to be in front?
Well, he had a big warm-up from Dylan Davis out there, too, El Grande O. He was definitely getting a lot of that blood flowing, so I would imagine they want him to get into forward position.
He's the 6-5 favorite. First start back since March 2nd, Grade 3 Gotham, when he finished 3rd behind Deterministic. Long-awaited return from the Barna Linda Rice, the 3 with Dylan Davis. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. For some reason has speed, and in between horses, Defusky Island in the early mix with Toxic Gray. El Grande O is towards the inside, is in 4th. Towards the outside of that rival comes Register, who's a shared 5th. With Outrider Classify, that's the front 6. Second to last is Forest City. Far back, the early trailer. Letty is 12 lengths the trailer. Toxic Gray is in front. It's Toxic Gray who's got the lead. Defusky Island ranging up towards the outside here from second. 22.33 for the opening quarter mile. Progressing at the rail as El Grande O is moving in closer as they work into the turn now. In between horses there is For Some Reason, is now back to the 5th position as Classify is out wider, is starting to rally on as they're tightly bunched on the front end now. Towards the back end of the field is Register trying to keep up, is tailing off with Forest City and Letty. It's still Toxic Gray. Who's the target? Toxic Gray is in front. Classified down the center of the racetrack with momentum. El Grande O is at the rail, tips towards the outside, is chasing the leader now. It's Toxic Gray, who's still up by a length and a half. El Grande O is in full pursuit. A furlong left to go, and Toxic Gray is still there. It's Toxic Gray, who's still up by 3/4 of a length, but El Grande O is getting closer with every stride. El Grande O returns a winner. It's El Grande O who wins it over Toxic Gray. Then Classify and Defusky Island in 1 minute, 16 seconds flat.
El Grande O, the wait was worth it. Wins off the long layoff here. Runs down a big effort from Toxic Gray at a price.
Toxic Gray, as you pointed out, was a horse that at one point had a lot of ability and was very highly thought of. That's one of the best performances we've seen from him in a long time. But El Grande O and Dylan Davis got the perfect trip, settled in just behind the pace, and was able to tip out and run down that pace setter. Certainly have to think that Linda Rice is going to be pleased with this comeback effort to set him up to go a little bit longer and probably against some stakes company in the future.
Class prevailing, good starting point. That's what you want to see coming back off a long time away. Dylan Davis had him a little, I think, further back than most of us expected in this race.
But he settled so nicely. He broke well, and he just settled so nicely in that position. And I think Dylan just kind of allowed them to run off in front of them. The pace held together. Classify, I wonder if it's something that maybe seeing other horses are being around, but this is now another race where he's been kept wide out in the clear, and he didn't really kind of kick on in the stretch, whereas pace setter Toxic Gray at 18-1 holding on for second. El Grande O just able to run him down, as you mentioned, on that class.
3, 7, 5, 6, 6-5 favorite. El Grande O, long-awaited return from a horse who had at one point Derby aspirations. New York bred. Impressive in the comeback performance under Dylan Davis. Silks of Barry Schwartz, and again trained by Linda Rice. Can't wait to see what he does next here. Good comeback win for this 3-year-old by Take Charge Indy. Prices and the nightcap when we return.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
It's America's Day at the races, and what a return to the races for El Grande O. I feel like he's a horse that just wants it more than the rest, as I'm pleased to be joined here by winning trainer Linda Rice yet again. And Linda, what a nice ride, too, by Dylan Davis, getting him in position, saving ground, and he was so game to the wire.
Yeah, he was. You know, I was a little concerned that 6.5 was just a little too short for him, but Dylan did a beautiful job of saving ground on the turn. Keeping him close enough to be effective. I thought the 7 horse was going to get away from us at the 8th pole, but you know, this horse has got a lot of try in him.
He really does. I love the way that his ears went up at the wire too. Like, yes, my job is complete here, and I've won it. You talked a little bit too about concerns that he might not be 100% fit. Where does this put him in your eyes?
Well, he's had enough workouts, you know. I've been training him on. I've trained him a little more aggressively than most horses that I would coming off a layoff, because he's just, you know, his appearance, he looks like he's carrying extra weight. He carries a little belly on him all the time, which is probably a good thing in the long run, but you're never convinced that he's fit enough. So I gave him a few extra breezes coming into this race. I just wasn't sure that he could get it done at 6.5, but he's a fighter.
Well, speaking of the long run, he has definitely not disgraced himself today, obviously, and on multiple occasions against open company. But, you know, you often think about those New York bred stakes. Where would be the next logical step?
You know, I'm not sure. I'd like to run him 7/8 next time. I think 7/8 to a mile might end up being his best distance. So we'll sort that out, you know, one day at a time.
Awesome. Well, hope he comes out of this race well, healthy. It was fun to see him back at the races.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Linda Rice getting El Grande O back to the races and back to the winner's circle, Greg.
Fun to see him back and back to his winning ways now. 4th win of his career. As we're bringing our winner circle lead in, brought to you by the Fasig Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Nice to have options off a win.
Absolutely, and as Maggie touched on, he has shown time and again that he can compete with open company, but all of his wins have actually come against New York breds, and he'll have plenty of New York bred opportunities to run in those stakes as well.
6-5 in the comeback for the victory here. Toxic Gray able to run down that 18-1 shot. Ran very good at defeat as Classified checks in 3rd. So Malo knocked a lot of people out off the bat. It's been incredibly formful ever since, but we got one of the tougher races on this entire card to close things out in this 2-day Pick 6 carryover. It's mile and 1/8 on the turf and New York breds in a $40,000 maiden claiming event.
This is a very tricky race. The favorite currently is Landauer, who was beaten by 3/4 of a length last time out in the first turf start at a huge price, and one that was coming from very far off of it.
Had an eventful trip that day, which we'll talk more about, but 5-2. I don't want anyone at 5-2 in this race. It's a difficult group to feel confident. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk much more about this finale when we come back, and we'll look ahead to the weekend. 3-year-old fillies, Grade 2 Mother Goose and Gun Song. John Velasquez trying to get a 7th victory in this race against the filly who nearly scored the upset against Torpedo Anna.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 Grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig Tipton. Full Count Felicia knocked it out of the park in this year's Grade 1 EP Taylor at Woodbine, leading at every point of call and winning the 1 1/4 mile turf race in a stakes record time. earning a 101 Beyer speed figure.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia?
It was Full Count Felicia's 7th career victory and her 3rd graded score, earning $750,000 for owner Gold Square and trainer Kevin Attard. By the global powerhouse Warfront, Full Count Felicia is out of a Galileo half-sister to Group 1 Irish Oaks winner Moonstone and French Group 1 winner Cerulean Sky. Her first dam is also a half-sister to 4 graded stakes producers. Full Count Felicia is also a half-sister to Random Harvest, an impressive debut winner at Kentucky Downs in September. Grade 1 winner Full Count Felicia, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Greenfield Farms agent.
And Midnight Bijou pokes her neck in front as they come to the top of the stretch. She's going to take off here. Midnight Bijou turns for home on top in the Mother Goose. An all-out drive for Road to Victory on the inside. My Miss Lily is taken 3rd. Mike Smith riding with confidence here on Midnight Bijou. And she is pulling away and pulling away impressively. Midnight Bijou. A very strong performance in the Mother Goose.
She was so much fun to watch. 14-time winner, and at one point she put together 7 victories in a row, all of them graded stakes.
Just pure class. She really was a lot of fun, and I love this stretch drive. Takes a little bit of a peek back, and then the ears go right up, and she is just... I mean, her rider is motionless. Mike Smith doesn't even move a muscle going down to the wire, and her ears are pricked, and she knew that she had it won. And always loved to see that from her out on the racetrack.
13. Is that right?
Yes.
0.9 million.
Elevated to first in the Saudi Cup.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. This year's edition, Mother Goose. On Saturday, we talked about gun song as we went to break. John Velasquez, 6-time winner of the race, lining up on this filly for Mark Hennig, who, based off what she did last start, maybe should be going to a tougher race.
Yeah, it'll be fun to see her here. She's done very, very well for Mark Hennig. Won the Black Eyed Susan, came back 2nd in the Monmouth Oaks, then taking to Catherine Sophia at Parks, and then nearly pulling the big upset in the Cotillion behind Torpedo Anna. I thought she ran a huge race that day, but she's been in good form. She's been consistent. She has tactical speed, and fun to see her in this spot for a horse that has just really done well as a 3-year-old.
That's not a one-off performance. She has a lot of big races on the resume.
She absolutely does. I think the Acorn aside, where she was not a factor in that effort, beyond that, her form throughout from the Black Eyed Susan on has been very strong.
Meanwhile, we're going to check in with Maggie, the most lightly raced filly in the group, but coming from the formidable barn of Chad Brown. That is headline numbers. This is going to be start number 3 coming up. Tough spot on Saturday.
Exactly. I agree with you, Greg. I don't particularly like her in this spot, but maybe the fact that Chad Brown is being ambitious with her speaks to his confidence in this daughter of Gunrunner, one of 3 daughters of that influential sire. I thought her first race was... it was beautiful. It was everything you want to see. Heavily back, drawing away in hand to win by 11 3/4 lengths. And then she comes back and she gets caught in that kind of speed duel. First time going 2 turns, so I will give her credit in that. And then she gets put up. Was it slightly controversial? Was she interfered with? Yes. Did she make it tight also on camera? Yes. And it was a little bit of a step backwards because I thought she should have dispatched of camera much more easily than what she did. So we'll see how she fares in here. I do prefer more of the quote-unquote battle-tested entries in here to her, Greg.
Lightly raced, giving up a ton of experience in this spot. But again, positive sign from One of the best barns in the country to take this shot.
Yeah, absolutely. And she did show that she could handle the mile and an eighth distance last time out. I thought that Camera, who was disqualified in there, was better that day. She impeding with who could ask for Mo, the third place finisher, thus the disqualification of Camera, allowing headline numbers to be placed first. But as Maggie said, she was very impressive in her first start by Gunrunner, who's represented by 3 in here. You also have Pretty Anna, who is the half-sister to Gunrunner in this race. So a lot of Gunrunner theme in the Mother Goose this year.
We'll have live coverage for you on Saturday. We hope you join us. One of 3 graded stakes on that Saturday card. Let's take a look at our lineup on the program. Bold Ruler, 49er in addition to the Mother Goose. We look forward to it. It's going to be a fun Saturday afternoon, but we're not done with this 2-day Pick 6 carryover just yet. We're also not done talking Breeders' Cup. I would think the answer to this question for you is yes. Joel Rosario have another Breeders' Cup win in him. 15 wins in his career, including Nick's Go and Accelerate in the Classic. We'll talk about his chances when we come back.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage. Nightcap still to come on this 2-day Pick 6 carryover. And coming up tomorrow night and Saturday, Breeders' Crown Finals. You'll see it live tomorrow beginning at 8 Eastern on FS1. And Acacia, you'll be there live.
I will be there. I'll be there with Paul Verderosa. Usually does all of our breeders, or I should say standard bred racing coverage and bringing all the good insight there that he has. And then, of course, on track as well with Jessica Otten and Gabe Pruitt, who know the game so well and providing all their insight. But all the stars will be out, and a lot of those year-end honors decided at the Breeders' Crown.
We look forward to that coverage tomorrow and Saturday night. Meantime, here's our current favorite for this finale, Landauer. Gary Siaka's second time on the grass with Jose Lezcano. Let's go down to Maggie.
Let's check in with Landauer here, and I think a lot of people saw the trouble that Landauer had in that last race where he was 5th, flying on the outside, only beaten a length and change for it all. It was those races, though, that, you know, going into it, because it's a maiden state bred 40 on the turf going long, that's probably not that good of a race, and when they come together like they did, you know it's not that good of a race, but we're dealing with a lot of the same players that we did in that affair back on September 27th. Now, Landauer, he was trying to close from well off of it. My concern is that we are on the outer turf course here with those rails down. We've seen 2 turf races today on either course, and they were both wired. So Landauer is going to need to get a little faster, need to show a little bit more pace to get the job done as a favorite. Now, he does look like a turf horse, and he looks great overall. I'm just worried about how he likes to run his races. As we'll move on to one that I'm finally going to warm up to. That's number 8, Katani, who does look as though he could very well be the speed in here as Kendrick Carmouche climbs aboard for Michelle Nevin. And finally, this horse is not a washed out nervous. Well, I shouldn't say not nervous. He's at least not washed out. He is a little bit nervous. You can tell he's edgy. That is him. And I thought, dug in fairly gamely relative to the field and the horses that he's facing. So maybe, too, him not being washed out today is an indication of him also getting the most fit that he possibly can, now 3rd off the bench. Now, speaking of being a bit nervous, is the horse to his inside in number 7, Make Your Moment for Ray Handel. He just never really picked up last time out. He makes an excellent impression physically, but again, just seems a little nervous. Seems like one that is much more, apt to let everybody else go, not a herd leader, as this herd is hitting the track, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. Riders up. Dylan Davis aboard. Make Your Moment. 6-1 right now. Horse who was in contention till late last start as a favorite. We'll get back to her, in a moment. We start with Purest Performance from the rail at 12-1.
Did finish 3rd at a huge price last time out. See if she can do it again against this group.
Sorry, it was him.
Was him.
Make Your Moment. That's a filly, though, on the rail. And this is Rohan. We'll see next. Eric Cancel. Where are you, Rohan, for Mitch Friedman?
I think he could certainly run better. 2nd time at this level. 2nd time going long as well.
Still not on our screen. There we go. Who I believe Andy likes this one.
All right.
2nd time blinkers.
Yeah, getting the chance to have a lot of that stuff under his belt after that last performance.
Feline Treasure, Christopher Elliott.
He would be tough to make, as he really would have to turn things around.
Judge Rules, 2 back, ran very good at this level for Rudy Rodriguez.
He did. He ran a huge race, finishing 2nd. He's one that's often right there. He's just had a lot of chances.
Landauer, Maggie talked about the trouble. Had to wait, and then swing out in the stretch.
Oh, that was tough, especially if you liked him at a huge price that day. Looked like Jose Gomez had a ton of horses, nowhere to go.
There's Jose Gomez on Albedo.
Getting back to the turf, the lone turf try was against New York Bred Maiden Special Weight Company. Did no running that day, but did have some trouble.
Dylan Davis, here's Make Your Moment.
Make Your Moment, one who had tactical speed, was the favorite last time out, but he's often one that acts up in the gate and just is really tough prior to his races.
Katani, Kendrick Carmouche just missed at the level last start, and here's the 9. Bomb Squad major player Joel Rosario.
Yeah, back to the level at which he belongs, or she belongs, excuse me. This is another filly taking on the boys. She ran against, in fact, the final race of the meet, 2 back against Maiden 40.
Yeah, the 1 and 9, both fillies taking on the boys here. And then here's ISO Marshall, Katie Davis at 7-1.
Another one taking a meaningful drop in class. The lone maiden claiming try on the turf was a 3rd place finish.
Are we seeing someone else?
I think that's it.
That's your group. 6 minutes away from this 8th. So public settling here on Landauer is the one to beat with all that trouble. We're going to show you this effort last time. Jose Gomez was aboard. You get Jose Lezcano, one of the top turf riders in the game, and just had to wait for all these horses to pass him in the stretch and had to swing wide. And when he got room, he really showed a turn of foot.
He did, and he was very far back, as you can see that. And so Jose coming up the inside, which could have panned out if he had gotten a seam, just nowhere to go, and then he's stuck having to fan 5-6 wide at that point, and then you're going to see him kicking on late in the stretch, very late. And
Peeking
in fact, there he is in the green blinkers, very late. Katani, though, digging in, and one who was kind of forwardly placed, a different type of running style, but coming out of that common race, certainly a possibility to move forward.
So we'll see. I mean, it was so far back early, and
Yeah.
if that's the running style for this horse, that's the danger again.
Yes.
May just be faced with a similar kind of trip.
Yes, and at 3-1 today, at 58-1 last time out, and he just cannot be that far back again in this spot. He certainly ran well in a player and with that trouble, but is still kind of a short price, given that we still don't really know that much about him. Just also wanted to point out, too, with 2 fillies in here, it's what we often talk about with wanting to run against New York bred competition. Sometimes the only race opportunity at the distance and the level that you like, sometimes the only choice you have is to take on the boys or wait for another race to come back.
And figures-wise, for both of the fillies, Purest Performance the 1, and certainly Bomb Squad the 9, probably even more so. But it seems like they both fit here, doesn't it?
They do actually. And Bomb Squad, 2 starts back, the Maiden 40 try ran very well behind Tour Jete, was the one to beat that day, and coming up the inside in that effort. And yes, she is taking on the boys in this spot, but I think back to the level at which she belongs.
And then we're going to get to Maggie in a second, but we talked about Joel Rosario and his Breeders' Cup weekend. The big one, obviously, and it's the only one we know of at this point for him. Farbridge.
Yes.
What do you think?
Well, he suits this horse very well. Sometimes you don't know exactly what you're going to get with Joel Rosario, and he has really been able to settle kind of a quirky horse exceptionally well and give him the best opportunity and the best trips, whether it's wiring the field like he did in the Sword Dancer or coming from off of it, getting to the rail, coming up the inside like he did last time out in the Joe horse. So he's done a great job with Farbridge, and hopefully they'll get a good draw, because that's really going to be a key point for Farbridge.
Yeah, back-to-back Grade 1 wins. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with, well, first I'm going to mention your favorite in Landauer, and we do see Jose Lezcano really trying to warm him up, hopefully eliciting a little bit more early speed as he's away from the pony there. As we'll check in with number 2, I know Andy has interest in this horse, and I kind of do too, for the fact that I feel like, in his last start, he was coming back off a 2 weeks rest. He still wasn't that fit. And furthermore, he had that kind of wide trip to nowhere last time with those blinkers on, which I don't really know why, because he was posted in the 2-hole, as he is today. But just so much more together physically. Is getting fairly sharp out in the racetrack, so I would hope that we do see him a little bit more involved. As I said, I'm not sure that we're going to see that much ground being made up, especially in this one. As we'll take a look, though, at a horse who's dropping back down in class. That's number 10, ISO Marshall. Ran the best figure of any of these in his last start against maiden special weight types. Now, he can be incredibly badly behaved in the paddock. Last time, I think he tried to run over his groom. Today, it's very good for ISO Marshall. They, of course, saddled him outside with the pony, and he behaved himself relatively well, all things considered. So it feels like Katie Davis has gotten the opportunity to get to know this horse, know his quirks. It's just she's going to have to figure out some sort of trip from that outside post position, but one that I would not let slip by at a big price.
Maggie, thank you. Here we go to close out this 2-day pick 6 carryover. We peeked ahead and took a look at some of the payouts. They're incredibly good. 2-day pick 6 carryover. They're always going to be inflated, and really it's just been one price. But Katani's $13,263. That is the lowest payouts. $15,000 to make your moment, and then a lot better from there.
Well, good luck if you are alive. This is a very tough race to close out the sequence. So hope that you have the winning ticket. We appreciate everybody that participated in the Pick 6 sequence today, and let's bring it home. Not an easy one.
I mean, aside from that first leg, no. It was very easy aside from the first one.
Race,
this race, not at all, no.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, yeah, this Pick 6, I would have never had Malo. You like the way that one looked, though, warming up?
I like the way she looked warming up, yeah, but on paper, I probably would not have.
Well, first leg, that's why the advantage of a first leg, you get to see him. This filly, again, one of the two fillies tackling the boys, Joel Rosario on Bomb Squad. And let's go back to September 2nd. Mile and a 16th on the turf. This was against her own division. But this, what she did here, this might be good enough to beat this field today.
I would think so. And as you're going to see, she dives down to the rail and comes up the inside, closing late. Torchete on the outside has the best momentum and the clear run outside to be able to get the victory. So kind of stymied a little bit. But I just think going back down to the 40,000 makes sense for her, and we'll have an opportunity to see if she can take on the boys in this spot. But I think more than anything, the drop back down in class makes a lot of sense.
She's become the favorite. Wow,
Yeah,
2-1.
it's a bit surprising. But to your point, I think both of the fillies have run numbers that make them big contenders in here. I think you can make a case for quite a few horses in here. I think there's only a few that would be really a huge surprise in this spot.
Here we go, finale on this two-day Pick 6 carryover. It's a filly, the favorite. Few coming out of a common race. Landauer took all that early money. He's floated, was it, I think, at 2-1 at one point.
Yeah.
Now 5-1, closer to that morning line. Jose Lescano on board for start number 2 on the turf for the Gary Siaka barn. Let's see how this plays out. We go upstairs. Chris Griffin with the call, the finale.
Bomb Squad goes in. Judge rules. ISO Marshall. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Speed towards the inside from Judge Rules. At the rail is going to be Purest Performance in the early mix, and also right there is Feline Treasure. It's going to be Feline Treasure and Purest Performance. Those two speed off together towards that turn. Catania is now going to settle in behind them as a stalking third, and at the rail that's Judge Rules, who's going to sit in fourth. Landauer is trying to get out there. Landauer just a little green as they went into that turn. In between horses, Make Your Moment. 3 wide in that group is ISO Marshall. Now more settled as Landauer towards the back end of the field with Bomb Squad. Second to last is Albedo, and the trailer, tight hold on Rohan. The leader is Feline Treasure, who's really kicked on. Feline Treasure is now 6 lengths clear. 23.41 is unopposed on the front end as Purest Performance is going to take pack, is alone in second. Very strung out here as they're chasing Feline Treasure. 46-4 for quick half-mile time. Feline Treasure going to try and go all the way. Purest Performance is moving in closer quickly, and Catania is following that move from third. Lineup of 3 and behind them with less than a half mile to go. That's Judge Rules, who's at the rail, is in fourth. In between horses still is Make Your Moment. Out wider is going to be ISO Marshall as they are ready to swarm this leader now. From the back, ISO Marshall starts to run on. Also there is Rohan, who's made up quick ground, and Rohan's within 5 of the leaders. Landauer second to last, and the trailer, Albedo, 113 flat for 3/4 of a mile, and Feline Treasure is starting to back out of it. The leader is Purest Performance, who battles on with Catani. These two at the top of the lane. Make Your Moment's been looking for room, and Make Your Moment now tips towards the outside. Also right there is Bomb Squad, and here's the run from Rohan, who was under that snug hold at the start of the race, and Rohan is just passing them all, and Rohan's doing it very easily. Rohan has just run by the field. Make Your Moment down towards the inside. Catani chasing on the far outside. Landauer's got a late rally. Also right there, Bomb Squad, but no doubt Rohan, this is a impressive winner. Rohan wins it. Rohan wins it over Bomb Squad. Then came that rally from Judge Rules, is in a photo with Make Your Moment, then Landauer. In 1 minute 53 seconds flat.
Rohan with the win to close things out at 11-1.
Nice price. Yeah, both
Mitchell Friedman, Eric Hensel.
Both Andy and Maggie liked this horse, and he's certainly one that now 3rd time out, the 2nd time at this distance, out of that common race. He didn't break well today either, though. Got steadied back a little bit at the start, at the beginning, but just much the best in here. And the filly Bomb Squad in 2nd, running on, but just not able to catch that winner.
So, should I spoil it?
Yeah, let's hear it.
And people, if you're alive, you know what you're alive to, right? $32,555 in the pick 6 to Rohan.
Nice.
With 2 difficult ones, although Maggie and Andy did like this one. But in between, those 4 legs in between, extremely formful with either the favorite or second choice winning.
Yeah, absolutely. So congratulations if you had it. It's quite a nice score.
Well done. So we start fresh on our Friday coverage with yet another pick 6. This one hit. Well done if you had it. Not easy to do with, certainly this one in the last. And Malo kicking things off. And enjoy this Thursday coverage. Fun to see El Grande O back, too, and run the way that he did for Linda Rice coming back.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing him next time out. If he goes into stakes company, stretching out in distance a little bit. But that was a nice comeback performance.
We will see you tomorrow, hopefully, 12:30 Eastern start time on our Fox Sports coverage on tomorrow's show. As for what we saw earlier today, this was one of the big upsets, the biggest price in the sequence, and it was the first leg. Malo kicking off the pick 6 carryover at 13-1 for Linda Rice with Kendrick Carmouche. He's back, El Grande O. First start back since the Gotham in March. Looked impressive in his return for trainer Linda Rice. And we'll see Ben Dug, talented older horse, early on in the second race tomorrow. Hope to see you on that program.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.